my first agenda item is to go over character review. Everybody,
sounds
got all your
reasonable.
guys up on my computer. I'd like to go over each guy and maybe tell us what you got at 5th level, where you're sitting, how you're feeling after that harrowing adventure ending book 1, where you dispatched with a Daemon Lord and a Nualia. To boot. So who wants to go first?
I gotta look up one thing and then I can go, but until then.
And I'm gonna nominate Jilbar.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
my friends, it would be my pleasure to discuss the effects of our recent adventure. I myself, I'm worried. I don't want to share the details now, but there's something about Nualia when I saw her again. I lived in town with her for many years, and there was always something about her, but when I saw her again this time, it is bringing forth a memory. But I know that whatever victories we had was only because of all of you, and I'll make sure that the sheriff knows and everyone in town knows that you are all the true heroes of Sandpoint. As far as myself, at 5th level, get additional spells per day. One thing, Horton, for you to know is that I'm leaving a 2nd level spell open, because clerics are actually able to prepare spells in about 15 minutes. Yeah, you have to do your devotions for an hour in the morning, and then you take then basically you prepare your spells during that. But if you leave a slot open, they're fairly quick to add in.
So 15 minutes, is that an exact time?
I can double check, but that's pretty exact.
Okay, that's an eternity in battle. Just saying.
Oh, for sure. In battle, it will be. But the flip side of that is I could always use it as a cure moderate wounds. Just like I would normally spontaneously if I wanted to burn my protection from evil communal, that'd be a cure moderate. So I basically got a slot that I can either use or just as cure moderate, or potentially if something comes up. And
so you're free balling.
Yeah, exactly. So that's one thing. Other than that, at 5th level, I do get a feat. And my initial plan had been to take craft magic arms and armor, but I can't until I'm a 5th level caster, and technically I'm a 4th level caster because of the paladin dip.
Yes.
Yeah, the old dip. Gets us all.
So I had to go with a tried but true, which I was planning to do at 7th level, but I'm taking it 5th again, which is power attack.
Oldie but a goodie.
Yeah.
And that is the update on Jilbar. And I'm assuming level progression might slow down a little bit, but if at some point we make it to 6th level, then that will be 3rd level spells for Jilbar, which will be pretty badass.
Super dope.
Yeah. Well, and just so you guys know, I'm not counting EXP. If you're still alive, I'm going with benchmarks in the 6-book adventure path for character. For level progression. So as long as things keep rolling hot, you keep kicking ass, it might not slow down, to be honest. So just throwing that out there. This is a high, this is a big money.
Nice.
High power campaign.
Yeah.
I'm rolling up level 6.
Where death is always just around the corner, right? Reno?
Right.
So John, you get a 4. You get your -2/+4 on power attack. That's juicy.
Yeah.
Are you defaulting to power attack being on, or just seeing how they come?
Yeah, I'm gonna declare it for a while because my to hit isn't that great. So I would say default to it being off, and then when I want to pull it out, I'll say it. That's a good point of clarification. And one other thing is, since I did take Nualia's Bastard Sword, I'm going to be focusing on two-handing for now. I'll still carry my heavy steel shield and Warhammer if I want to go one-handed. But I think I'm mostly going to go two-hander for a while and see how that goes.
Wow, that's going to dip that old ace sizzle.
Yeah, that's a potential issue, but we'll see. We'll see. I got some tricks up my sleeve.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Okay, Dojo. Son of Kojo.
Son of Kojo. Well, 5th level, so I get a feat. I elected for Iron Will.
Juicy.
Just to keep things non-glurky. Let's see.
Turkey.
Yeah, you're now a +7 will save, which is key in this adventure.
Yeah, pretty tight. I get something called Purity of Body at 5th level. I gain immunity to all diseases, including supernatural and magical diseases.
Nice.
Wow.
Hey,
Which is pretty
That's
cool.
pretty neat.
Glurk is jealous.
Glurk's got that, or is
He's jealous.
susceptible to diseases? Okay.
Having long suffered from herpes.
Right.
Yeah.
The big thing I think,
There's
and it'll
STDs.
just kind of get better, is at 5th level, Unchained Monks get a style strike. So this is I can do this right now once per round, and what it basically is, it's part of my flurry of blows. So the monk leaps through the air to strike a foe with a kick. It's called flying. The one I selected is flying kick. Before the attack, the monk can move a distance equal to his fast movement bonus. So right now that's +10. Next level, it'll be +20.
Juicy.
This movement is made part of the monk's flurry of blows and does not require an additional action. At the end of this movement, the monk must make an attack against an adjacent foe. This movement may be between attacks.
Ooh,
This movement provokes an attack as normal. The attack made after the movement must be a kick. So I can start my flurry of blows. If I drop a guy, then I can jump 10 feet over and smack another one.
That's
Next
amazing.
level, it'll be 20 feet.
Wow.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
But
So
you're
that's
still
very
suffering
cool.
the AOOs in a tight spot, I suppose.
Yeah. It's not something I'll
Potentially.
probably pop all the time, but we'll see.
God, if you coupled that with what's the thing? Is it the quick runner shirt? What's the thing where you can avoid AOOs?
There's
Is
a
that the quick
couple
runner
of them.
shirt?
Quick runner.
No, the quick runner shirt doesn't help you avoid AOOs. There's a spell called Grace, which helps you avoid them. And then
Expeditious retreat too, right?
no, that just gives you movement. There's another one as well, Burst of Speed.
Burst of Speed
Oh,
is
Burst of
the one
Speed,
I
yeah,
like.
That's what I was thinking
Yeah.
of. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you got your hands on burst of speed.
Yikes.
Well, the other thing
Pack a
to
lunch.
think about is, indeed, the other thing to be flexible at the festival is you might want to take a look at mobility as a feat, because that would give you a +4 anytime your movement provokes attacks of opportunity.
Aha.
Yeah, and it's just an untyped bonus. It stacks with everything.
Everything. Really? Thanks, John. That's a great feat for a jumping monk.
Mm-hmm.
It also
Yeah.
it also is a prereq for some other stuff too, which is pretty cool.
Mhm.
Oh,
Okay, who's next?
Till piped up.
Yeah.
Sounds like you just piped up, Rito.
Yeah, but I piped up after you piped up, so I'm really on deck. Yeah.
I'll go. Actually, I'm not gonna go because I got to pull up my PDF. So give me a second.
All right, I'll go.
I'm not. prepared.
I'll go while we're waiting.
Nice.
Thank you, Glurk.
So Glurk got, I think the big thing that we got was a new feat, and looking to be a little bit more versatile, he took Barroom Brawler, which gives me access to any feat. So I might be using it for power attack every once in a while, but it's 1 feat for 1 minute per day. So that'll be kind of cool situationally. On the other side of things, I did grab a bunch of potions, but nothing too exciting. I don't know if I talked to you guys about this last time, but Glurk is a spell eater, and it's a good way to heal myself as a swift action by eating a spell. So it's kind of like I get some cure lights if I need it. Like at the end of the day, I could use up all my spells before we go to bed by healing. It's kind of nice.
Oh wow. So this barroom brawler, you could pick any combat feat that you do not possess for 1 minute.
Yeah.
I think
You must otherwise meet the feat's
You
requirements.
still need prerequisites.
Yeah. So the biggest prereq that I don't have is the intelligence feats, but other than that, I have access to a good bunch of them, which is pretty nice.
Pretty neat.
As far as spells are concerned, I did grab a nice utility spell called Phantom Blood that's going to help me if I get knocked out. But
When you get knocked out.
when I get knocked
Right.
out, it's called.
Doesn't help you when you get nauseated.
Doesn't help me when I'm getting nauseated,
Damn it.
unfortunately.
How does Phantom Blood work with coming out of a rage and getting knocked out?
Oh shit. So all it does is it gives me more hit points if I get knocked out. So it's
Right, but isn't a big concern of yours, like you're in a rage, you go down, but then once you come out of it, you might be dead because you had those extra HP in the rage?
Yeah, but it would be as soon as you drop out of your rage that would happen. But what this does is that gives me a little extra hit points. So if I do go down and I become unconscious, I get a couple extra hit points that might help me. Because last time, it's happened twice already where I've been within like one of dying. So
Right.
So this may help me, may not. But those are the big things. Nothing
Yeah, we'll
too
see.
exciting.
Yeah. Mid.
Yeah.
All right, who's next?
I can go.
All right, Bedhead.
Yeah, similar to Glurk. I mean, in general, Professor Eistai has really decided to focus on his drug use this round and really try to be better at taking drugs. So he got a feat and he took Pesh Rejuvenation, which is similar to what Timmy took. That if I'm on Pesh, which is kind of my goal to smoke up before I go into battle. Now, besides some other benefits, if I go down to 0 hit points, I can end that and get an additional 14 hit points and take some downside. But again, kind of the same thing as Timmy, giving me a little extra life at the end there if I need it.
I got you.
The big thing is, I really didn't mourn the loss of Chauncey too much. I mean, it was pretty much a show. He was about to flunk out anyways. I was not impressed by Chauncey's skills. So the good news though is I heard back from my university, and a new Chauncey is on his way to help me out with my studies. So hopefully this new Chauncey will be a little bit brighter and a little bit more with it than old Chauncey, who got himself killed, really. So, I mean, I was going to let him go for his own safety, so I feel a little bad about that, but, hopefully new Chauncey will be better. So that's a big and exciting thing. Other than that, drug use and new Chauncey, got some new spells.
Nice.
Just kind of chugging along in the life of a wizard.
Anything fun new spell wise?
I'm trying to remember. I got so many damn spells from that spell book. I think I took, what did I take? Maybe I took Create Pit. I kind of have a plan with that. And let's see. What else did I
Oh,
take?
you got Fireball now.
Well, I
that
don't
you
have
had
it
in
though.
that
I can't cast it yet because technically
Oh.
I'm a 4th. I cast spells at 5th level, but I'm a 4th level wizard, so I don't get that to next level.
I
Yeah.
get it. I didn't know that.
And I think I also took Stone Call for a little bit of to get a little bit of battlefield control, hopefully. So those were the two spells I believe I took.
All right. Let's see. Who do we got left? Sparrowhawk and DTD.
Is it a showdown? Do we have to roll off?
Chinese
Yes.
face off.
You won. Good job.
Yeah. I guess I'll go. DTD. You know, notice that DTD is kind of like he's changed a little bit. He's become more comfortable with the Heroes of Sandpoint, and he seems a little bit more, willing to, not so go his own way, but maybe a little bit more helpful, and seems to. I think it was the exit of the weird kid that kind of threw him off, and so in that spirit, he has a new discovery. He has taken the infusion discovery, which means I can share extracts with everybody.
Nice.
Nice.
So, as is extract for second level, he also took alchemical allocation, so he can say he basically can reuse potions over and over. As far as the spells go for second level, he's got some pretty good ones now. Invisibility and bolt strike.
Nice.
That's nice. Both of those
That's
are
super. Yeah.
well exciting. And then we'll be playing tonight, DTD, but you can go visit your buddy over at Bottled Solutions, Nisk Tander. Maybe with that infusion, maybe you guys can make some love together.
Well, I definitely have to go over there because there's something that I put on my sheet that we might have to role play. So
Excellent. I love to hear that. Awesome. All right. And last but certainly not least, Sparrowhawk.
Sparrowhawk is still a little jittery, almost as if nothing has really changed from being out in the wild to being back in the city. He's anxious, almost as if he feels like he's on borrowed time, and is trying to get as much done as he can before something or someone happens. And he picked up Deadly Aim for a feat this time, so that gives me the ability to take a -2 penalty to hit for a +4 on damage.
Nice.
As well, and my studied target went up to +2 and +2, so I can now take that Deadly Aim at no penalty if I get a chance to study the target, which is great.
Yeah.
Wow. More lethal.
More lethal.
Nice.
Just the
Less
way we
legal.
like them. As legal.
Legal.
Okay, so just a point of bookkeeping. Before we left our last adventure at the end of the night last time, did I have you guys all sleep and then we left it with you guys like going to bed? And was that how we did it?
I do not remember.
I think
I
we
do not remember.
we just stopped and didn't go to our sleeping places because I would have gone to the kitten, the pixie kitten, but
Right.
that didn't happen.
Well, I just remember you came into town later, and then
I think we had connected with Hemlock.
Yeah,
we
for sure we did.
We had basically dumped all of our stuff, including temporarily Ziggy's preserved body at the Vaulted Arms. Kind of just opened up the side gate and rolled everything in.
Yep.
And then we had gone and connected with Hemlock and given him the quick lowdown, and he then started saying something about murder most foul, and I think that's kind of where we ended it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and what time was that? Do you guys remember?
I think 11:30 at
8:37
night.
Central Standard Time.
Yeah. I think you had said fairly late, like maybe not quite midnight, but well after dark.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So here's what we're gonna do, just for checking boxes, is I want to start our day out in the morning. So we're not going to role play anything. Basically, Hemlock will have said that and said, go get some sleep because you guys are all dead tired. And Timmy, you're going to have a chance to get to the kitten, but you guys were in such a state of just exhaustion and getting beat up and everything that I think everyone would just kind of go to the dragon or to the vaulted arms and just pass out. Okay.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people still have strength damage. One other side interrupt, but one other quick housekeeping. I don't know if we're going to do it tonight or if we want to do it between sessions. It seems like everybody spent their own individual gold. Shout out to Mike for putting some really good suggestions out for the group fund, but I don't think anyone followed up on the group fund with you, did they, Horton?
No.
Okay. So your call, but it's a lot of scrolls, potions, etc. Maybe between now and the next session, we can iron that out and get it over to you, our request.
Yeah, let's iron it out this sesh because it may become relevant. Do you have the list?
I think we could pull it up pretty quick, right?
Yeah, I've got it pulled up.
Good.
Let me just.
As long as the accounting's right and we don't have to do it. Yeah. Let's not do it right now, but I want to do one thing, but we'll do it. So basically the way this is going to lay out is I want to get everyone to get up, and then we're going to have a long day in Sandpoint with a number of things happening. And I think one of those things that can happen is we can go through that. But my vision is that you guys kind of come into town, you're bleary-eyed, etc. You dump stuff off at the Vaulted Arms. You get accosted by Hemlock. He sees how exhausted you are, says, go get some sleep. Let's meet at 10 a.m. At the mayor's office for a debrief. And that's kind of how we'll leave it. And then we'll move forward with everything. But before that happens, you see as the episode comes on and the credits finally start sliding, the screen goes dark. Timmy, can you give me some ominous music?
Oh, ominous. Okay. Here we go. Oh, there's an ad first.
Cheapskate.
Nice.
Okay. There you go. Now, you guys can all adjust your own volumes on the little purple bot wherever it feels comfortable for you.
Perfect. Thank you, sir.
Mm-hmm.
The bells of Magnamar. So what we're going to do is the screen goes black, and then all of a sudden it opens up over a dark city, rain-slicked city of Magnamar, a great city of the area on the Lost Coast. The bells of Magnamar tolled 7 times. Slow, sonorous strokes that echoed like the heartbeat of judgment across the shadowed streets of the city. Rain slicked the cobblestones of the summit, Magnamar's seat of justice and cruelty alike, as the courthouse loomed tall above the gathered crowd. Within, the great oak doors of the Hall of Judgment parted open under the unseen weight of expectation. A dozen lanterns cast flickering light over the chamber's cold marble walls, catching the gold embroidery of the presiding judge's robes. A towering figure whose eyes gleamed with faith, fire, and disdain. Judge Ironbriar. Elf. Immortal. Implacable. His face, as finely chiseled as the spires of Delwynvian, betrayed no emotion as he stared down from the bench. Bring forth the prisoner. A murmur ran through the court as two Hell Knight enforcers dragged forth a small, squirming figure clad in damp silks and manacled hands. Gettlrid Thimbleway, gnome, thief, and infamous rogue of the Crow District. His wild tangle of red hair seemed almost to bristle with defiance as he staggered to his feet. Your worship, Gettlrid chirped, his voice shrill, brimming with the misplaced confidence of madness. So nice to see you, to hold court just for little old me. I do hope you don't mind I came uninvited, but I heard you simply adore drama.
Oh, jeez.
Silence fell. Ironbriar's fingers twitched once, his long nails gleaming like obsidian talons. You stand accused of high crimes against the city of Magnamon. Theft of magical property from the Vault of Shards, destruction of public wards, endangerment of the Zarni Tower girls, and, his voice grew cold, measured, the attempted assassination of a city magistrate. Gasps erupted throughout the chamber. Gettlrid gave a theatrical bow. Attempted. Such a damning word for a fumbled prank involving two squirrels, a wand of fireball, and a big cock. or stout rooster, as it were. A dappling of chortles quickly muffled as Ironbriar rose slowly, the full weight of his power falling on the gnome like a sledgehammer. Do you mock this court, gnome? I mock everything, Your Honor. That's rather the point. Ironbriar descended the steps of the dais, robes trailing like shadowed wings behind him. He stopped before Skittlered, staring down, his angular face unreadable. I sentence you, Skittlered Thimblewick, to death by hanging at dawn.
Oh.
May the pale mistress reap what she remains of your misbegotten soul. The crowd erupted. Some cheered, others booed. But over them all rose Skittlered's laughter. Shrill, mad, echoing off the cold marble like the caustic sing-song of the trickster goddess Calistria. Well, he said with a grin, I suppose I should be flattered. Most magistrates just find me and toss me in a cell. You are no mere pickpocket, Ironbriar hissed. You are a cancer upon this city. Oh, I rather prefer the term performance artist. The Hell Knights dragged him away, but not before he turned back, eyes twinkling with some secret mirth. Don't get too comfortable, Ironbriar, Skittlered said softly, almost lost in the din. Dead men have long memories, and I've got a few surprises left, even in a noose. Judge Ironbriar's smile was cold and thin. Let the rope test your boast. And the scene fades to black.
Wow.
Ooh, nice.
And we're back in Sandpoint.
Let the rope.
And
test
it's,
your bow.
yeah. So we're back in Sandpoint, and you could just kind of go with light background music, whatever you think of morning in Sandpoint should be, Timmy.
All right.
So everybody wakes up. We'll say 8-ish, 9-ish. You've got the meeting with Devrin and Hemlock at 10. What does everybody do? First of all, where's everybody sleeping?
I'm at Jill Bar's.
Me too.
I started at the dragon.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I'm at the dragon.
So everybody's kind of mixing and matching like they were before.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so those of you at the Dragon, if you get up early enough, Polly Pill Bottle's serving up some scrambled eggs and hash browns and bacon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, bro.
Sorry.
Darla.
Yeah, what's your algorithm doing?
Yeah.
Let's talk about your algorithm, Timmy.
Yeah.
It's all about puppies.
Yeah.
Sweater puppies.
Right.
And I can't speak to what the Vaulted Arms is serving up, if anything.
Still that dead pig.
Yeah, I think it's all swine all the time. Probably some bacon and eggs, and maybe some nice dark brown bread with butter and honeycomb on it.
Yeah.
Oh, that sounds wonderful.
Yeah.
Take a pork chop.
Dig 'em smacks.
Yeah.
All right, so you guys have a hearty breakfast. Maybe if you roll out of bed and throw your... and in the night, anyone who stayed at the Dragon, Ameko is just another sign of how, appreciative they all are of your efforts. She offered to collect your laundry, and it was laundered in the middle of the night.
Oh, nice.
And
Nice.
so for the first time, you have fresh clothes in God knows how long. And and you were also given hot baths. So if you stayed at the Dragon, you've got, maybe for the first time in God knows how long, you probably smell halfway decent, maybe human.
Yeah, Clerk's not used to that.
Yeah. And so you head off to Mayor Deverin, the meeting with Deverin and Hemlock. And actually, this time, she has the meeting. If you go to your map, the meeting is actually going to be held not in the garrison, but in the Sandpoint Town Hall, where Deverin has her main offices. So that's the point I'm pinging here, number 11 on my map. You see it? So that's the town hall. And you go in, and you've got her secretary there, and she says, what, do you guys have a group name yet?
Yes.
I believe we're the Heroes of
Sparrowhawks.
Sandpoint.
That's all you are. Okay.
Lurk and the lurks.
The sand.
Ah,
How
so
about
the Heroes of Sandpoint. Oh, so wonderful to see you all. We love you so much. And this is the secretary, I can't remember her name, that was Lonnie Anderson. So that was a nice little introduction. And she says, the mayor and sheriff are waiting for you in the mayor's chambers. Please, this way. And she leads you in, and there's Deverin and Hemlock seated to the right of her desk on a big conference table, and they bid you all sit. And Timmy, why don't we cut the music for now?
all right? I can do
We
that.
got a lot of getting here. And Mayor Deverin stands up and says, well met, Heroes of Sandpoint. Once again, this town owes you a debt of gratitude that cannot be repaid. I have heard of your exploits. Please, take a seat. Sheriff Hemlock and I would like to hear all of the details. And at that, Hemlock kind of looks at you, Jilbar, and says, Jilbar, could you please provide the mayor and I a brief after-action report as to the goings-on at Thistletop? I know last night you were bleary-eyed, and I didn't want to bother you, but we are most anxious to know.
Of course, Council Lady, Sheriff. I would be happy to tell you of our adventures and what we encountered. But let me just start by saying that the enemies we face, as we feared, it is not just goblins. It was goblins being organized by other forces, led in this case by Nualia the Betrayer. And we fought and killed her, as you know, and brought her head back. But the whole complex reeks of evil. The complex reeks of chaos. And this is something I have not yet shared, even with my companions. As we were coming back, and last night, I realized that long ago, long before I even came to Sandpoint, when I was in the holiest great vault in the city of Absalom, and I was but a child, but I was with my mentor, Archbanker Falto, and he was given a vision in the vault. Part of that vision, a small part, was given to me, and that vision I came to realize when I saw Nualia with the demon arm growing out of her again. That vision was of Nualia as she had become the betrayer, and infected her once angelic form, infected by this demonic infusion. And in that vision, I was told that she could become a champion of chaos, one of many to come, that will be confronting all of Galarian, but specifically our region. I fear the worst. So let me go through point by point everything we encountered, but to know that in the end, we need to send out a party for hopefully Father, who's the new father? Not Tobin, but the new one?
Xantus.
Father Xantus can help lead this to cleanse the temple and seal it off. There is much there that could be dangerous, and the last thing we want is for other goblins even, or other minions of whatever force is rising, to go there and try and regain and resurface these powers. But that is the first thing I wanted to say. The second is that everyone here played a part, a huge part, in obtaining this victory for Sandpoint. I myself fell in battle several times only to be awakened and healed by my comrades, all of whom sacrificed. And ultimately, young Ziggy, he paid, even though he is not from our town, he paid the ultimate price. And I hope to make certain that we can honor that for him with an appropriate send-off to the Boneyard. But
Yes.
let us tell the tale, and then we just kind of go through with that preamble.
Yep. And then she interrupts a few times, but one time she interrupts, she says, so Zigyor fell, yet you have a new companion here. Who's this gentleman?
And as a reminder, I have a hat of disguise, so I look like a dwarf, not a goblin.
Okay,
Just
who is this young dwarven gentleman I see in my midst?
Greetings, madam. Professor Bedhead Eyestone. Bedhead Eyestone. Yes. Pleasure to meet you.
Eyestone. Are you a professor of what? From where?
I am a professor from the institute that I never remember the name of, but I have written down.
I think I texted you, are you from the main university in Magnamar, which is the...
I am not. I am from the Twilight Academy, which is a little bit more roguish and a little bit more wackadoo, kind of. So that's I can tell you the school.
Yes,
So,
the institute.
Yeah.
Community college.
Yeah, so it's, what was the community college in our movie? That Akron, was it? No. In the Bizarros. Fuck. Do you guys remember what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I do.
Bong Swat Asshole, was it? Or was it?
What's that?
Where I played the professor? Was it Akron Community College, I think it was?
Yeah, that was
Akron.
Bong Swat.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway. All right, so similar.
So here, wait, really quick. I'll give you. Here's the write-up on Twilight Academy. It's much more. Twilight Academy is a major center for magical learning in Verisa, located in the small town of Gladuria. It was founded by mages who wished to sidestep the politics in larger magical colleges in Corroso and Magnamar. Because of this, it is looked down upon by many other Verisian schools, who consider it an upstart with no sense of tradition or history. The Academy has always had the reputation of promoting unconventional theories of magic while applying few strictures on its students, leading to the occasional spell going awry. This was most memorably demonstrated, blah, 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 when a group of precarious necromancers from the Academy lost control of their carrion golems. Their constructs went on a horrible spree of the destruction of the countryside that is remembered to this day. So, a little bit.
Okay.
So that's where I mean that's who had taken a drug addicted goblin basically as a professor. So they don't.
All right. Well, that's good to know. All right. So then Mayor Devrin looks to you. Actually, Sheriff Hemlock looked at you, Jill Barnes. You have Nualia's head, you said?
Yes. Frankly, we had much to carry, including Ziggy, including much we found there. But I wanted to make sure it would be harder or impossible if anyone came to take her body, that we would hopefully not have to see her again, and also just as evidence that she is killed. Here.
Yes, I understand.
I believe I gave it to you last night. It's there on your belt, Sheriff. The burlap sack.
Yeah.
Okay. So you go through the whole story. They have a gasps at certain points, shaking their head when the fireball killed Chauncey, tear in their eye at the fall of Ziggior, fright in their eyes at the description of the Daemon Lord, and just sadness at the fall of Nualia, because of course they had known her since she was a child. What corruption has come into this world? Mayor Devrin says, almost to herself. Well, thank you, Jilbar, for that after-action brief. Now, Mayor Devrin, Sheriff Hemlock, could you please give us an update on our force posture now that you have extra troops that you've brought up from Magdamar? How are our city's defenses looking, sir? And then Hemlock solemnly stands up and says, thank you, Mayor. Well, gentlemen, I was able to procure a small group from Magnamar. They said that their forces are overstretched, etc. You know all the drills. I was able to get 2 squadrons of men. In total, I was able to get 12 men-at-arms and 4 cavalrymen, for 16. Now, with our 10 men-at-arms and 4 cavalry, myself included, that brings a total force on the payroll of the city to 30, if my math is correct. And on top of that, we have the town militia, of which you are one, Jilbar, that in theory, I believe, can mobilize within 1 to 3 hours. Is that not what we drilled, Jilbar?
Correct. Hopefully closer to an hour, but yes, within 1 to 3.
Yes, and so by my math, that brings our total fighting force to 92 fighters, plus, of course, the Heroes of Sandpoint. For a city, for a town of our size of 1,200, that may sound like a lot, but given all of the dangers that I think have been infesting our town and region recently, I must admit I am not feeling very confident. And with the various guard towers on the north gate, western gate, the bridge to the south, that would still leave our forces very thin. And keeping in mind, the majority of this force are town militiamen who have almost they know more how to use a plowshare than a sword, if you know what I mean. So, that is going to have to be enough, though. Hopefully, with your efforts, we have staunched the tide of the goblin invasion, at least for now. And then he sits down, and then Devrin says, Right. On to the next item. Tsuto Taijutsu has been formally charged with murder by the High Magistrate of Magnamar. And in fact, owing to the high-profile nature of the case and the victim involved, one of the chief magistrates himself is coming up to bring him to Magnamar in person. And she flips through her paper, a Justice Ironbriar. That is set to be later today or tomorrow, I believe, depending on their travel schedule. And then the next thing she says, and then Sheriff and she confer and say a few more items. I just wanted to cover those things first as we get to the more weighty issues. First of all, unfortunately, there have been additional Minotaur sightings in the eastern Tickwood. That's where you guys fought that Minotaur. And the Devil's Platter. Recently, so much so that we've dispatched Shalelu to investigate. She left 2 days ago, so I'm slightly concerned because when she left, she said the ranging would only take her maximum 1 day. And then her and Hemlock share a concerned look. But of course, she is a ranger and she's very adept, so perhaps we shouldn't worry. And then that brings us to the great unpleasantness since you've been gone. That's an understatement, Mayor. Hemlock chimes up. Yes, I suppose it is. Well, unfortunately, gentlemen, since you were last here, there have been murders in the city.
No.
I don't want to go over the details now. I know you're exhausted and you must have many things to do today, and I'm still gathering information and evidence. But just let it be known that in the last 48 hours, a number of bodies have turned up under suspicious circumstances, to say the least. And I would ask, so we don't take up any more of the mayor's time or yours, that we meet tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. sharp in the garrison to discuss these issues. And I will show you some of our evidence. Now, I know... Well, we'll just leave it at that for now. Is that something that you could make that meeting, gentlemen?
Absolutely.
Tomorrow at 9, you say?
Yes.
Kind of take the... Yes, of course. If we could ask just quickly, how many have died? How many have been slain? And just so we know who they are. That may be important. He just shakes
his head and says, it's horrible. We have lost Vinvender's child and one of the mill workers and another. And then there's a madman on the loose. I forgot to tell you that.
Ah!
But we'll cover all that tomorrow. And then he kind of stifles a few things back, and he says, and then Deverin says, one more thing, gentlemen. With all of this woe betide, I thought we would take tonight on the town, of course, to have a feast at the Rusty Dragon to catch up and properly fit you for the great service you provided to the town. I've taken the liberty of inviting Brodard and some of the other town notables, and I thought we could break bread and share information. And I don't want to turn this into a strategy meeting, but under a couple drinks, maybe we can all reflect on what's happened and gaze into the future of things we might do to preserve this town from further woe. Is that something you'd be up for, gentlemen?
Free food, yeah.
Is that really appropriate at this time? Some burgers.
Yeah. So you guys are down for a feast at the Dragon tonight?
Sick double cross.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a trap.
And then Deborah nods to Hemlock, and he stands and bids you stand, and then he says, "Gentlemen, you are free the rest of the day. We shall see you at the Rusty Dragon tonight. Thank you once again, and if there's anything I can do to help in the interim, otherwise, bid you good day."
Glurk's gonna pretend like school's out, and he's gonna run out of the building.
All right, with Alice Cooper in the background. So so that's all we got now. So this would begin the section of our evening where I thought you guys might want to start freeballing it. I know everybody's got stuff. I wrote potential stops for people. There's the Pixie's Kitten for some of you.
I'm going there. That's where I'm running to.
There's the Feathered Serpent for Wands and Magic. There's Bottled Solutions with Nisk Tandor and Pillbug's Pantry for potions. And, of course, anywhere else in town that you see fit. And if you have a need, let me know and I can help accommodate that. So, that's where we're at. What do you guys want to do?
My friend Dojo,
Yes.
we are overdue of getting Ziggy to the cathedral. Any of you who care to join us, but Dojo, would you mind giving me a hand? And by the way, this morning, instead of memorizing other spells for second level, today I would have memorized all Lesser Restoration, and hopefully that would get everybody's strength back. If there was, I know there was a couple people who were still dealing with it.
Yeah, we'll just hand wave that.
Okay, perfect.
Sweet.
Yes.
Okay.
Let's go.
So Dojo, and we'll do some split screens for a while. So we've got Dojo and Jilbar heading to the cathedral. What's everyone else doing?
I'm heading to the pill box.
Okay. Do you want to go to, okay, so you want to go to Bottled Solutions with Nisk Tandor, Keanu Reeves, right? For alchemy stuff?
Yeah.
Okay. So DTD's heading there. Aridin and Bedhead?
What's a Vinny Veru's shop?
Vorvashali Voon, but for some reason he calls himself, yeah, but for some reason he says call him Vinny Vava Voon. I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, that's where I'm headed.
That's the Feathered Serpent. All right, okay. So you're headed there. Aridin's headed there. Bedhead, are you going to go with Vava Voon or with DTD?
I'll go to the Feathered. The Feathered Serpent is the magic shop, right? I'll go there.
Yeah, that's right. No, I'm just leaving it. I already emptied.
Yep. I'll go there.
Right, so what else? All right, so you're doing that. Who did I miss?
I'm going the Pixie Kitten. That's what my plan was, anyways.
Okay. You're going the kitten. Got it. All right, so you're headed to the kitten. Great. All right, so let's do some split screens. Let's start out with the cathedral. Let's start out with the bummer part. So Dojo and Jilbar, you head over to the cathedral, and it's a sunny day.
But we'd stop by the Pulpit Arms to get the Travois that we have Ziggy on.
Yep, so you go do that. And I assume you cover the body?
Correct, absolutely.
Yes.
Couple
and
of
then you solemnly... so you're leading the wagon through the street in a solemn procession, I assume. So people are kind of giving you an eye, but right when they look at you and meet your eye, they look down because they're, they feel like it's a reverent thing, and they're a little afraid of you guys. And let's see. So you got to go. You don't have to go too far. So you go to the cathedral, and it's. I don't know.
One thing really quick that you guys would know. You might not want to do anything with it, but you would know that Ziggy did worship Liminaris who did have a small shrine inside the Frisky Kitten or whoever Tim is. But not that that has anything to do with what you're doing. Just
Well,
you would know that.
I'm gonna say just a little reverence to him as I see it.
Okay. So let's see. You get there, and they're in the middle of their sex. Their midday or their noonday prayers, and they're just finishing that, and Father Zantus is just gives the final sign of Desna and dismisses the crowd, and there's a handful of monks and lay people in the church, and they all kind of reverently walk out. And he walks up to you hurriedly. Jilbar, thank Desna that you're okay. I've been counting the days since you would be back. I was so worried for you. I trust you're all well.
Father, I am well, as it's Dojo and most of our companions. Unfortunately, and he kind of looks down at Ziggy, kind of in between him and Dojo. Unfortunately, our friend Ziggy did not make it. He was slain by the forces at Thistletop.
Yes,
Abadar blessed his body to keep it from decaying, but I'm certain that is ready to end soon. We wanted to get him here so you can care for him properly.
Yes, of course.
But there's much more. Do you have a place where we can talk?
Yes, of course. Well, let me. He looks a little flustered. He says, "Alkalite Simpson Johnson, come over here." And two young acolytes come up and says, "Bring this body to the Lady Chapel and begin dressing it for proper burial." Yes, Father. And then they reverently carry off Zigior off the litter. And he says, "Come, step into my small chapel office." And then he leads you back behind the sacristy. There's it's like a side office. You walk in and it's, 10 by 12, kind of an old wooden chair and a bench, very austere, but what do you expect? And he bids you sit down. "So, we have privacy here. Please tell me what is troubling your soul, Jilbar."
Well, there are many things, but there's
Tell them all right now. No, he doesn't say that.
there's a small bit of good news. We also have, and at this kind of pull out the bag of what we believe to be the remains, the bones, the shards of bones of Father Tubin.
Oh.
We have brought Nualia to justice. She had fallen far and literally become touched by demonic forces. And as part of that, we found what we believe were the bones she desecrated. There are foul things under Thistletop, and it kind of started talking him through that and make the plea of, hey, this place needs to be cleaned out so that no one else can go there and try and rouse whatever is brewing there. There's this shrine to Lamashtu, etc., and tied to the demonic world. And then also kind of play it off as, it seems as if there's this larger threat, and we are already being asked to investigate some other things, and, if there's anything that the temple can do to help us obtain some useful items, aka part of the list we're going to get, Horton, kind of apply it, swing right into that. We want to continue to help, because Ziggy, I think, he was the one who had initially told Father Zantus, like, we're going to find out what happened to Father Tobin, to Father Tobin's bones. And
yeah, absolutely.
We were able to. So Ziggy may have died, but it was his promise that we were able to keep. And we want to be able to continue to serve the community, to serve Sandpoint and fight against these evils.
Right. It's all very, very troubling. Well, and you see a tear welling up in his eyes. There's just so much to take in. And then he kind of steels himself and he says, right, here's what we can do. I need to speak with Sheriff Hemlock. Perhaps I could take a few of his men just for the safekeeping of me and my acolytes. And then we could go back there. Is it something that you think we could do with some city guard without your personal intervention? Do you think we could navigate this place?
In Dojo's opinion and in my opinion, if we tell them what's there, do we think they'll be able to handle it?
You think if Xantus is there with a couple of his best acolytes, and if Hemlock gives you a couple capable soldiers, probably not Kington and Decker, maybe the guys from Magnamar, that you guys could give them the proper information and perhaps draw a map, etc. And you think it would probably work.
I believe with proper preparation, it is something that is within your purview, and you and your acolytes will be much better suited to determining what can be consecrated as opposed to currently desecrated, what can be destroyed, and ultimately perhaps what must just be sealed off in an attempt to prevent anyone from getting to some of the foul creations down there.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And then you think this would be a good time to tell him about the Feast at the Dragon, so you could get him there and do a little business with pleasure and talk with Hemlock and arrange it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so that works. And then while we're on the topic, what are the clerical items that you have on your list? Do you have your list?
Well, we do, and there is quite a bit. Should I just go through it verbally and then maybe send it later?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're probably looking to pick up sooner rather than later another wand of Cure Light Wounds. I know we've got Vince. How much do we have left on the current wand?
I show we have 26 charges left.
Yeah, so we're probably looking to get another one of those. We might be overreacting here, but given our recent encounter with shadows, we would be interested in getting up to 10 scrolls of Lesser Restoration. We'd also potions should go through the potion place, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. We'd be looking for up to 5 scrolls of protection from evil.
Okay.
We'd be looking for a couple scrolls, 2 scrolls of calm emotions.
That would be that's going to be Vinny.
Okay. I think we already have 1 scroll, or no, I think I used it. So 2 more scrolls of remove paralysis.
Vinny.
Okay. 2 scrolls of remove blindness, deafness.
Vinny.
A scroll or 2 scrolls of remove or cure disease.
Actually, the blindness, deafness, and the disease would be Xantus, but I got to look up Lesser Restoration quick. Oh. What's the caster level on that? Does anyone know?
Lesser Restoration is 3rd level for a cleric.
Okay. A 3rd level spell or a 3rd level?
It's 2nd level spell, 3rd level caster.
Okay. Okay. So that's kosher. What about remove blindness, deafness?
I believe that is a 3rd level spell. So 5th level caster.
Cure disease or cure blindness?
Either.
Cure disease is for sure 3rd level, both wizard and cleric, and then lesser restoration is 2nd level, and remove blindness is 3rd level.
Okay. The lesser restorations 10's a lot. How much does each cost?
150.
Okay. Xantus could handle that, but he would need some time to do that many. In terms of the blindness, deafness, that's probably going to be a Vinny Vavavoom item. And the cure disease, we'll have to do a roll to see if the cathedral has that knowledge.
There's 2 more cleric ones, and these I would guess would also be rolls.
Yeah.
One would be a scroll of Knapsack, which is a
Oh.
3rd level spell. And one would be a scroll of full-on restoration, which is a 4th level spell.
Oh.
So that I'm going to tell you right now that is going to have to be a conversation with Vinny.
Okay.
And then the knapsack as well. We can roll on the restorations. Well, we can just set a time frame and a cost and say that he can handle those. The Cure Light Wounds wand. He could actually do with the help of Vinny's assistant. So we can analyze that more carefully. And yeah, so let's start there. So how much do you guys, if you want 10, let's say you could do 2 a day. You want 10?
What does everybody think of that? Is 10 unreasonable?
That seems excessive to me.
Well,
I'm
in
getting
a
a
situation,
portion of it, so I don't need it. I don't need one.
Yeah,
I think we could get away with 5.
Yeah, I think so too.
10 was a pie in the sky number, but just because the shadows kind of fucked us,
Yeah.
having to use multiple of those to get multiple people up. Just it's a time killer as far as downtime.
Yeah.
Something that lasts a week for the group is kind of a big deal. So I thought I'd get more of those than too few. But 5, I would think, would at least get our beef in a situation back up until we could do some casting or that type of thing.
Yeah.
So if you wanted a wand of Cure Light with 50 charges, and if you wanted that, he thinks that he could have the lesser restorations done in a couple days. The wand would take him, working with Vinny's guy, probably, we'll say, well, let me roll it. Would take him 3 days.
Great.
So if you guys want to do that, the other option is Vinny may just have one. So you could start there. But we could just say, how much you guys prepared to donate to the church for these 5?
Well, I mean, if it's the book price of 150 gold, I think per scroll, I think we would do that. If it's less than the book price, that would be a-okay. But we've proven we're pretty good partners to the temple or the cathedral and the town. Hopefully, there'd be some consideration.
Yeah. So Xantu says, well, we're not a powerful church, but we do have some skill and resources. If you were to make a donation of, say, 500 gold pieces, I feel like we could get that restoration, those scrolls, finished for you within a few days.
That is very charitable of you, and we would love to take you up on that offer.
Okay. And I would suggest for the wand, we can do it. Vinny's got a partner that I've worked with before. From time to time, he's given me some help on some potions. It would take a little time. It's a fairly common item, so I would suggest you first see if he has one. And if he doesn't, then we can go from there. How does that sound?
Hey, what's up, dude? Good. I'm good, Bulk. Okay.
Does that sound good, guys?
Cool.
Yes.
Proceed.
I will say too, just on the lesser restoration, if we want to give one of those scrolls to DTD, he can copy it into his formula book, and then he'll have that. And then with the new discovery he took, he'll be able to cast that and put that on people as well. So that might be a use of one of those scrolls to make it so someone else can cast it. And I think
I was going to grab that as a potion and use that formula Lembeck.
Yeah.
And then I can just make it. Yeah. And then I can just make it and hand it out to people.
Yeah. Well, the scroll is probably cheaper. I don't know how. So if we can get 5 scrolls, like I think we could just say, use one of those so you have it. I think that's totally fair.
Yeah,
if you're okay with me using one, that's fine.
I think that's great.
All right, so we'll say you guys do that, and then for the potions and the rest of your stuff, it sounds like it's a combo of Pillbug's Pantry and the Feathered Serpent.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so but you have left it that he will be at the feast tonight, so you can talk about the details of going there, Jilbar, with the sheriff.
Well, there were a couple other ones there. The scrolls, I guess the protection from evil is both wizard and cleric. But the restoration and knapsack, and I think cure disease, I think those are cleric only, unless I'm wrong.
I think you're correct.
The cure disease is a 3rd level spell?
Yes. I'm 99% sure, checking as we speak.
Let's check some. Yeah, he's been through some stuff.
Yeah, technically,
I'm gonna hand wave it. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, there alchemist 3rd level. There's a few other classes that get it, like ranger and witch, but primarily it's cleric, oracle, or druid, shaman. Your divine casters, essentially.
Okay, now how much does that cost?
I believe, Mike, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that's $375 per.
Yes, correct.
So you talk to him, and he says that Xantu says, I'm just learning this. Actually, Father Tobin, God rest his soul, it taught me this art, and I'm still learning it, so I would need a little bit more time to practice. But I believe I could put such a scroll to you and make the necessary prayers to Mother Desna within three days as well. And there are some costs associated with that, but I say, would 250 gold work for you?
I assume that's for each one?
How many cure diseases do you want?
2.
Yeah.
Okay, 500. Is everybody okay with that?
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, and then he says he'll do his best. He looks a little nervous, so see how that works out. Okay, anything else?
Any chance on the knapsack or the actual restoration, or is that maybe not?
Restoration's over his pay grade. What is the knapsack?
That is a 3rd level cleric spell, which I believe Quaqua used to good occasion.
Mm-hmm.
And basically what it allows you to do is, instead of taking an 8-hour rest, you are able to rest in 2 hours, and it's magically induced slumber. And so if we ever have to rest in a donjon, it can be a game changer.
For sure. You give me a. You wouldn't know. I would suggest that you confer with DTD or Professor Einstein about that one, but you think the more you're reflecting on it, talking to it, you're sure that Xantus wouldn't have it. You're thinking that might be more of a pill bug thing.
Okay.
And you think that because Potiker, you don't know Oliver Pillbug much. You don't really like him. But you know that he's a darker character. Let's put it that way.
He's got connection.
So, yeah, go ahead.
Scrolls of protection from evil.
That one is pretty common that you think Vinny would have.
Okay.
And that's another one that I can make into a potion.
Gotcha.
So if you want to,
What's the caster level on that?
First level.
Yeah, I mean, you know that Father Xantus could do that, but it's pretty common. You just have to decide. You feel like you might be bogging him down.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah, the scrolls with lesser restoration and the remove disease is pretty good work out of him.
Okay, so he bids you good day. You head out. Let's go to. Let's check in with DTD over at Bottled Solutions. Nisk Tandor, played by Keanu Reeves. So DTD, you head up to the Bottled Solutions and you kind of open the door and the bell rings, and right when you walk in, you smell a strong waft of marijuana.
I'll follow it.
Yeah, and a minute later, Nisk comes out and he looks at you and says, Gontarius, Carius, Davis, I'm glad to see you in one piece. How may I help?
Like to see you in one piece too.
Yeah, well, I'm always in one piece. Or many pieces, if you know what I mean.
No.
Let's get to take care of business, and then we can get down to smoking some of that crack.
And he just nods. What can I do for you?
Well, sad to say, our friend Ziggy Orr, he didn't make it, but he had put down a deposit on an item that I would like to finish making the payments on.
Oh, that's pretty heavy, man. That's pretty heavy. And he pulls out a big joint. He says, why don't we smoke to that? He lights it up. Takes a big puff and hands it to you.
And DTD, of course, puts his hand out like Chevy Chase, and then grabs it.
Oh man, that's some harsh blood, man. You just never know when you're gonna go. You know what I mean, DTD? You just never know. Yeah, you can finish paying for that. Remind me what it was?
Called the Formula Olympic.
Yeah, that's right.
I think he owed you about 75 or 180. It wasn't really big.
Yeah, I don't even remember. Give me a minute. And he kind of goes back and he talks with his assistant, and that guy's on point. He comes up and hands him a package and brings it back. Says, I believe this is it.
How much do you want?
I don't want anything, man. It's on the house. Be bad juju for me to take any more of your money for a dead man.
Well, now that's the kind of businessman I like doing business with.
You got that right. And then he pulls out a bottle, and it's got some sort of weird stag on it. He says, "Just got this from down in Magnamar. Like to have a glass with me?"
But yeah, you're all trying. I'm drinking.
So he pours each out. And then, do you have any other stuff you want to get by or whatever? If you do, we can hand wave it. Just subtract your gold.
Well, I have to finish paying off him for the preserving flask that I put 150 gold on.
Yep. So you can do that.
So
And he'll have that.
So that's I'll give him 850 gold for that. And then the last thing is something we might have to roll for is hey man, you know as well as I do, alchemists need a handy haversack. You got one?
I got two.
Sweet. I'll take one of those.
All right. And then he says, hey, what's your name again? Sorry, I got a new guy. I can't remember his name. Can you bring me a handy haversack? Yeah, boss. Thanks, man. And then he comes back with one a little bit later. Let's see. What's the market price on that?
2,000.
Jesus.
Jesus.
You got that kind of scratch, bro?
Yeah, I won't be rich after this, but for right now, I'm rich.
He should get a Sandpoint discount.
Yeah, I can't give you too much of a discount on this DTD. This cost me a lot of money to get, but you give me 1,800, we'll call it even.
That's cool with me.
All right, so give me 1,800, subtract that from your sheet. He gives you the haversack. And yeah. And then he says, oh, you got something else you need?
Just miscellaneous stuff. I'm gonna pick up some more mellow root. Another.
Yeah, if you have a
water.
list, give it to his assistant's name is Johnson. Just hand it to Johnson.
Yeah.
And
find your shit.
Yeah, and he's running around the back, picking it all out. And you can put that on DTD's tab. Now, how about we pour one out for Ziggior? And then the scene fades away from you two. And let's go to let's get our business done first and go to Vinny, the feathered serpent. Now, Badhead and Aridin, you were going in there?
Mm-hmm.
And
Yes,
you see Dojo and DTD, Dojo and Joe Barr coming out of the cathedral. Actually, you don't see them. You see them coming down the road. You want to hook up with them and go as a group?
Friends over here! Come on! How'd it go?
Jesus, scared the
Don't
crap
bring the
out of
cops
me.
in on this thing. It's blown! It's blown! It's blown! Leaving.
All right, so you got that going for you. All right, so you roll in, and it's about 1 o'clock, whatnot, and you open the door to the feathered serpent. It's got a serpent. It's got the handle of a snake serpent with a feather coming out of it, and another one of those Sandpoint dings goes off. And you all kind of crowd in, and a moment later, Vorvashali Voon comes out from the back. and he's been talking to his other assistant Eddie about something, and they're just jawboning about something. And he looks at you and he says, "There's a live and breathe, the heroes of Sandpoint. God bless all of you for being back and being in one piece. Oh, hey, hugs all around, hugs all around." And he comes over and he starts hugging you guys, squeezing you hard.
Oh. Friendly. Hello. We haven't met, but it's nice to meet such a.
I don't know who the hell this guy is, but if he's a friend of yours, he's getting a hug. And he gives you a hug.
Who's this guy?
Vinny Vavavoom.
Va-va-voom.
Bros before bros.
This is the proprietor of the Feathered Serpent, the local one or the local magic shop.
Wizard.
And he's played by Damian Lewis. So with long hair.
Oh god.
So
Stros before
yeah.
hoes.
yeah, yeah.
Stros Bros.
Well, I'm glad to see y'all back. Hey, you guys come back for the strolls? And you just realize now, Jilbar, that he wasn't talking about Stros, it was Stroll, which is actually a lager that's produced at Two Nights Brewery across the way. So he says, hey, Eddie, you take over for a bit. I'm going to go have some brewskis with my boys over at Two Nights. You guys want to let him go and go have some brewskis, or how do you want to handle this?
I'm in for brewskis. I don't see when in Sandpoint.
All right. He says, all right, boys. I'm guessing you didn't just come to visit Vinny Vavavoom today, huh? As much as we all love each other. You got business to do. Let's go talk over a brewski. What do you say?
Sounds good.
All right, so
You don't mind.
So he brings you over to Two Nights Brewery, where actually, let me just check something. Two Nights is what is
He's got
that
the
noise?
news on.
Dow Jones Industrial Average.
Two Nights Brewery's got there were two brothers who started it, and they're both worshippers of Abadar and cousins of Mary Deverin Jilbar, as you would know well, Jilbar. Now you do know that sadly Wade Deverin, one of the brothers, was one of the first of the Chopper's victims. And only Gavin Deverin is left. But he's you know that he retired as a paladin, so he's a paladin of Abadar as well.
Ooh.
And you've known him for quite some time, and you walk in and his face lights up and he says, Jilbar, well met. And then he looks at Vinny and he says, coming in for some midday refreshments, Vinny? And he says, hey, can we have the big back table and get some brewskis all around, some strolls? Because my boys and me were thirsty and we got to talk business. And he says, yes, go have a seat. I'll bring the drinks over. So you sit down around the table and Gavin comes over with the drinks, a big platter, a big brews. They look kind of like amber ales. And plops them in front of you. And Vinny quaffs one down, drinks about a third of it down, and wipes the foam off his face real dramatically and says, that's good shit. And he says, hey, what can I do you for?
I think we have some stuff to sell. We just make.
Oh my god.
Oh, you're cutting out, Till.
Yeah, full robot Till.
Mm-hmm.
All right. It's because I went outside. I'm going to move again. All right, someone else talk.
All right, Jilbar, do you want to go through some of those items?
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of under the assumption that between our contacts here and whatever contacts we have, we would be able to sell them. Hopefully that's the case. Let me pull up that list. Hold on real quick.
Well, no, aren't you trying to buy stuff?
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking. Gotcha.
No, I don't
Well,
care
I mean-
about. Yeah, that's all hand wave.
Well, so we went through quite a few of these scrolls and potions, like 5 of each of protection, or 5 scrolls of protection from evil, 2 potions of invigorate. What's invigorate, Mike?
Invigorate, I believe, removes like a fatigued or those types of.
Yeah,
Let's just read it here.
That's I got one of those too, I think.
Okay, right away. Anytime you say potion, he says Boddicker.
So invigorate is a first level spell. It removes the feelings of weariness. No penalties from fatigued or exhausted conditions.
So right away, anytime you say a potion, he says Boddicker, which means Pillbug's Pantry.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
And you get a sense that he doesn't want to talk about potions.
Okay. Well, so it's like 5 scrolls of protection from evil.
Okay, he's writing this down. He pulled a pencil out of the back of his hair somehow.
2 scrolls of calm emotions.
Mm-hmm.
2 scrolls of remove paralysis.
Yeah.
2 scrolls of remove blindness, deafness.
Yeah.
A scroll of restoration.
Yeah.
Scroll of nap stack.
That one's interesting. All right, let's see. And then what's the market? What's the total? Do you have the market prices on those?
Yeah. So the scrolls of protection from evil, those are 50 gold, or excuse me, for scrolls they're 25 gold a piece.
Okay. So he says, I got 1 million of those. Give you 5 for 100. Deal?
Done. Thank you.
Next.
Next, the calm emotions. It looks like, Mike, is it 300 each for that one?
Was it a scroll? They are, I think 150 and 375, depending.
Okay,
on what
so
level
then it's 375 a piece. Well, hold on. Is calm emotions second level?
Yeah, great question. I'm gonna pull that up real quick.
Okay.
Calm emotions Pathfinder is second level, so 150 each. Yep.
Yeah, so that
gold.
would be 300 for both if they're available.
You want 2 of them?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And he kind of looks at that. He kind of looks at you guys. He looks at you like this. Really? And he goes, that's a pussy spell. But I guess, hey, Vinny Vava Voomy, don't ask questions. All right, 2 for 300. Move on.
2 scrolls of remove paralysis. That would be, again, 150 each or 300 total.
Yeah, done. Move on.
The scrolls of remove blindness, deafness would be book value 375 each.
And how many do you want?
2.
All right. Yeah, I got a couple of those. I'll tell you what, because we're bros, I'll give you 2 for 700. How's that sound?
Sold.
You see.
The scroll of restoration.
Yeah, how much is that?
Fourth is 700 even.
Yeah, I gotta. That's a bigger item. I gotta check and see if we got that in. I gotta look that one up. And what's the other one?
The scroll of nap stack.
Who's the pussy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Knapsack. So knapsack is, what's the cost on that?
I believe that 375.
Yep.
Now, do you know with knapsack, it's also the component is a little pillow worth 100 gold pieces?
Oh, I was not
You guys-
familiar with that.
you guys are keeping track of material components that are expensive
But
or rare, are
those-
you?
Those materials are consumed in the creation of that scroll.
Ah, that's
So
true.
so you don't carry those around. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, thanks, Mike.
No problem, Chris.
But it can be added to the price of the scroll to be a really sucker.
Yes, and it will be.
Well,
So how much is that?
It's technically considered to be included.
Don't push your luck, kid.
Yeah, I would say that it's not included in the standard price because the standard is for anything else. So to that point, we probably need to check restoration to see if there's a material component there. I don't.
Yeah,
think
I'll go
there
look
is
at it
for
right
Lester.
now.
Let's not
Probably
get
not.
ahead of ourselves here.
But knapsack would be $475 with the additional 100 for the silken pillow.
So he's kind of looking around and he's kind of bouncing his hands and he's writing shit down and he starts scratching this. He's get a fucking silk pillow somewhere in town. Suppose I could go visit Carl. Shit, I'm gonna have to make this myself. Yeah, you guys are putting me to work. How about $450 all day?
The pleasure is ours, sir.
Done. And restoration. Shit, man.
Diamond dust.
That's diamond dust.
100 gold again.
So 800 would be book price.
Well, now hold on. If you wanted to spell a temporary negative level, it's 100. If you wanted it to have a potency to do a permanent negative level, it's 1,000.
Well, the reason we'd be getting it is to restore a temporary before it becomes permanent.
Okay, just so you know
what I'm
that.
saying?
All right.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
It's a lot
so
more expensive once it's permanent.
yeah, he's kind of scratching his. Yeah, I got it. Sure. Yeah. Okay. How much is that total?
Well, yeah. So diamond dust worth 100, plus 700 is 800, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I gave it to you for $750 just because I like you guys.
Sold.
Hey, and beer's on you, huh?
The pleasure is ours, of course. Only fair.
All right. You guys are picking my pockets. You must be a bunch of rogues around.
Mr. Vavavoom, I was hoping you'd have an item that I was looking for as well.
What do you want, my little goblin friend?
Corbin.
At this, I'm a little taken aback because he's obviously seen through my illusion. Yeah.
And he'll look at Eridan and say, "Yeah, Dwarven," and he'll give you a wink.
And well, you know how it is when you're studying magic and you're drinking and smoking and doing stuff, and sometimes you just forget what time it is. So I'm looking for a ring of sustenance, something to just help me with my studies and help me with some of my other activities and just kind of keep me going. You got a ring of sustenance?
Ring of sustenance, huh? How much is it?
2,500.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. Much like Werner, we got paid, and Bedhead's is a spendthrift. He likes to spend. He gets a little money.
So he is got that's ring of sustenance, huh? Fuck. Let's see. Eddie and I could afford it. We need that. He's got the forge ring. Straight food and water, that's easy. We need the gold. I'll tell you what. You give me 1,300 gold pieces right now, up front, so I got to create this bitch.
All right.
And I'll sell to you for 2,300.
Sounds like a deal. When do you have any idea?
Hey, we got a deal. Hey, we got a deal, my little dwarven friend. We got a deal. And then he spits on his hand and puts his hand up.
Yeah.
All right. I like this kid. I like all yous guys. And then is that it?
That's
is,
it.
Is he the right guy for the Wand of Cure Light Wounds?
Yeah. Yeah, I want to cure light wounds. I got those coming out of my ass.
Indeed, he does.
We'd be happy to take
What's
one
the
off
price
that.
on that?
Usually $750.
I gave it to you for 700 just because I like you guys. And they're getting moldy. You know, I got so many and no one's buying them. So, you know, I don't know if they, you know, lose their potency or something.
Much like brown bananas in the grocery store. It's always good to get rid of.
No, tell me about it. That's why I don't eat fruit. That's why I don't eat fruit. All right, so he agrees to that. He says, you guys got to make me work, though. I got to create that a knapsack and the fucking scroll and that ring. Goddamn, put me to work. I can't be drinking beer all day. So let's just have one more on you.
We'll buy him a beer. Sounds good.
All right. So you have another beer with Vinny Baba Boom. He asks you questions about your adventures. He tells you a bunch of shit about his adventures. You're not sure if he's making it all up or not. And yeah. And then whenever you guys wrap up there, he said, come by in 2 days and I'll have everything ready.
Nice.
And anything that he said, yeah, I got it. He said, come on, let's go back and see Eddie. And then you go back and see Eddie, and Eddie scurries back with the list, and he comes out with everything. You make as long as you have the cash, you make the exchange.
When we get back and once everyone's kind of filtered out, I'd like to talk to him quick too before we go.
Yeah, for sure. What do we got here, Finny?
Vinny, it happened again. I don't know.
Shit.
I don't
Jesus,
know
man,
what happened,
man.
but look,
You've been hitting the stocks heavy. You've been doing those drugs. You know, kids are doing drugs a lot lately. Now, you know, when I was growing up, it was all about the stros and bros, and now people are doing drugs.
Yeah, it's a different world.
Tell me about it.
I don't know what the kid did, but I ended up with this this dagger, and I was thinking, you know, my appraisal's not the best, but I kind of have a general idea of what it's worth. But of course, it's gonna be hot, and I don't know if somebody's gonna come looking for it. So I'm wondering if.
Well, yeah, discretion is
8
the
months
middle
ago,
name of Vinny Baba Boom.
Right, right.
It's like Vescretion. You know what I'm saying?
That's exactly what I said to myself.
Or like Vinny
Anybody
Scratch,
knows what
you know?
discretion is. It's Vinny Vava Boom.
Let me have a look at it. And then he put some glasses on. Oh, yeah, that's cute. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Now, you remember
look at
about
that
8 months ago when I took that guy for the boat ride and we had some other stuff that maybe I needed to move off of my property?
Yeah.
He had a silver and black
you
cloak.
were just going through your basement, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And that guy had a silver and black cloak, and I'm wondering if you still have that. If you do, I'll trade you straight up for the dagger.
And what's the actual economy of that?
It's I think that the dagger is worth 8,200 and some, and the cloak itself is worth an even 4. So he ends up making a little bit of money on that.
Yeah. He's gonna say, yeah, that was a real fucking weird one. Was it like a ram set or something? No, it was like a death thing, right? It was something really creepy.
Just something creepy.
Yeah. I don't know, man. Let me go check.
This is the cloak of resistance.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
Let me go check. And he comes back like 10 minutes later. Yeah, shit. Sure enough. There it is, Finny.
Good.
Sold it. Well, I mean, who the fuck is going to buy it around here? You know what I'm saying?
And if nobody came looking for it, it's pretty much fair game.
Hey, you know, it's like the lost and found in nursery school, you know? You leave your thermos there, and nobody comes for a week. It's your goddamn thermos. That's what I've always.
I knew you'd see it my way.
Yeah. Oh, Vinny Vava Boom sees it your way, that's for sure.
Respect.
All right.
Respect.
Yes. All right, so we make the trade and spit handshake, and
Perfect.
yeah, he says, fuck, I suppose I'm going to see back here in, 8 months trying to buy this off me now? What the fuck?
It's a distinct possibility, but yeah, I appreciate
All
your
right.
discretion as always.
Yeah, hey, my middle name, discretion. and then you didn't really see it, but somehow it went from his hand and it's just gone.
Excellent.
You have no idea what just happened. Okay, so have we concluded business with Vinny Baba Boom?
Our goblin friend.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. Okay, so you're done there. I think you got everything resolved that you wanted. You still have to resolve some potions at Pillbug's pantry. Who needs to do that?
DTD needs to head over there.
Okay, so DTD's heading there. Joe Barr, are you going to try to get your potions there? Are you bringing Aridin, or how you doing?
I'll officially pass on the list to DTD.
Smart.
Okay. Yeah, this will be even more interesting. Okay, so it's only DTD going in.
Yep.
All right.
Okay.
I'm gonna head in there.
All right, so you head in there, and this time it's a little different. It's Pillbugs is. Just pull this up. I don't remember.
Hey
where it
Vince,
is.
I just emailed the revised list. The potions that we need are on there, and then it was 4,300 gold for all the scrolls that are listed. That's what we've already spent.
Okay, so it turns out Pillbugs, Vinny, is right across the street from Bottled Solution. It's actually right around the corner. Here's Pillbugs. So you head down the street, you turn, and you go in, and this is slightly different experience than NIST. NIST was all about discretion, but you kind of had that kind of feeling of serenity. You walk in here, and you open the door, and instead of a bell, there's a raven creaking. And like some sort of, you don't know what, just... And you go in and you just see potions and weird things all over, and you see a bunch of taxonomy. It's a bunch of animals, common and exotic, that have all been stuffed and are adorning the walls. And you see it's very neat and spare. And you see a back room, and you just see an oaken table. And a minute later, a gentleman comes out, and he's 60 years old, kind of tightness. He looks like a very thin Alan Rickman. And he comes out, and do you have detect alignment by chance? Or detect anything?
I don't think so.
So he comes out, and he kind of looks you up and down. You feel like he's kind of looking through you, and he says, who do I have the pleasure of speaking with?
I'm Darius Davis, at your service.
Right. Well, I'm Oliver Pillbug Potiker. As you may have seen from the outward sign, this is Pillbug's pantry. And I am the purveyor of potions. They call me Pillbug. How may I help you?
Well, sir, have you heard about the trouble in town lately?
Have I heard about what, sir?
The goblins that came into town. Have you heard about all the trouble in town?
Yes, I read something about that in the Easy Reader. I was out of town at the time.
Oh, good. Yeah, so in that easy read article, it should mention the Heroes of Sandpoint.
Yes, I do remember that they seem to have renamed a bunch of rogues heroes because they happen to get in the way of a bunch of scrappy but underfed and undernourished and ill-trained goblins. And what have it?
Sir, those goblins are trying to murder babies, and the Heroes of Sandpoint saved the day. Now, as a representative of the Heroes of Sandpoint, I just wanted to make you aware of the protection that you live under.
Yes. That's very comforting to know that the heroes of Sandpoint are protecting me. God knows I need more protection. He kind of gives you a malicious look and he says, "So how may I help you, Mr. Hero?"
Well, no, do you want me to go through the list or just hand him the list of...
You can just hand him the list.
Okay,
and kind of...
I'm gonna make some additions to that list because I'm here to get some stuff as well. The list is the group list that John sent me, and then I'm gonna add a potion of Cat's Grace, a potion of Dark Vision, a potion of Eagle Splendor, and a potion of Fox's Cunning, if I can.
Okay, so he looks all this up and he says, "This is quite a long list of some very potent potions. I suppose a potion list worthy of heroes."
Any applicable discounts would be much appreciated. Not by me,
Yes.
but by the town of Sandpoint.
Yes, the wonderful town of Sandpoint. And why wouldn't I want to give discounts to the heroes? Let me think. Well, could be that my storefront was looted that night. I'm sure it wasn't the heroes doing. No, it wouldn't be the heroes. Discounts.
I believe
discounts. How would I put it? Yeah, well, that's what they say, isn't it? It's always the goblins, isn't it? Never the heroes. It's always the evildoers, isn't it? Never the good ones. Always the evil ones.
Absolutely, sir.
Yes. Well, let me tell it to you straight, Mr. Hero. I don't care if you're a hero. I don't want your help. I don't need your help. This town is sufficiently moronic, with or without you. And I do have the list of potions in my copious storage room. But because of your cheek and insolence, I'll be charging you a 5% surcharge.
5%
You still want to do business? I mean, you are welcome to go down the road to...
You're getting screwed, DT.
You're
like
welcome
that?
to go down the road to the other potion shops in town.
So can I try a diplomacy? Even though I suck at it.
Yeah, give it a try.
I might as well give it a shot here.
Mm-hmm.
Let me know what you roll.
All right.
Natural fucking 20, John.
Ooh.
Actually, I'm going to roll it at home.
Yeah. Good boy.
Yeah, I got him right.
No bullshit.
All right. No bullshit. Oh, 18, baby. No bullshit.
All right, what's that total?
A 16.
Unfortunately, he rolled a 17 and he has bonuses in sense motive. So, what do you say? So remember, this is one of my new rules. Your roll determines what you say. So in your mind, that's a really high roll. So you would say something that's in DTD's mind, almost as diplomatic as he can. But the net result is a 16. So what does that sound like?
Sir, I would be more than happy to pay full price and the 5%. If you could write a separate invoice to the town of Sandpoint, I'm sure that they would cover that 5%.
Is this comedy hour? A separate invoice to the town of Sandpoint, the same town that wouldn't pay for the repairs on my shop. Is it that same town of Sandpoint?
Oh,
you must be smoking something over at Miss Sanders. Do you think I'm going to bill you separately? No. Won't do it all. If you want these potions, you will pay a 5% surcharge. No negotiation. Otherwise, be on your way, little creature of whatever kind you are.
Well, I guess I got no choice. You're charging me a 5% tax, and I will pay the tax.
That's what I like to hear. From
We're all going
hero.
to throw bricks through this guy's shop window later tonight, right?
And then he says...
He's got some plans for this motherfucker.
He says, oh, Demetrius, come. Now, boy. And this little urchin comes up, and a little wastrel looks underfed and malnourished, and you think you see bruises on him, and he says, fill this, be quick about it, or you'll get what's coming to you. Yes, Mr. Bill Hunter, sir. And he runs off. And while you're waiting, he's just kind of sitting there with his hand clasped on the counter, staring at you very unnervingly. And then about 5 minutes later, the little wastrel comes with a vinyl or a velvet lined crate, and it's got a number of potions in it. He says, yes, yes, yes. And then what was the total of all those potions, the market value?
Let me work on the group fund for a quick sec.
Yeah, and then Vinny, do you know what yours was?
Bonus potions are 50 apiece.
And how many did you get?
And I got 4. No, wait, sorry. They're more than that. They're 300.
300 total, okay. And then as soon as John has his... and he's just going through.
Yeah, that'd be an extra 3. That's 315 for me, for what I added to the list.
Yeah. So he's kind of tallying it all up. Yeah. What's this?
Did we still want to get additional potions? We've got the 5 scrolls of protection from evil. Did we also want 5 potions so that individual people can have those?
Well,
I don't think it would hurt.
I can make those. I can make those as well. So.
Right, but you have to use them on a daily basis, whereas somebody like Glurk or Dojo, who can't cast it or make it, could literally have it on them. Same with Sparrowhawk.
Yeah, it would be ideal to be able to down something of that without taking up a caster's either spell level or scroll casting time.
Chug one.
So maybe at least for those 3 it makes sense. So why don't we do 3 of those?
Yeah.
And in downtime, there is a calculator. Like you can make the potion itself, but it just takes a while. It's not like
Okay.
It
So I
takes a
believe the
couple-
total is 1350,
Not counting Vinny's.
not
Right.
counting Vinny's. So times 0.5%, 1.05. It brings us to 1365.
Smoke 'em while I got 'em.
So 1680 total. Okay.
1350 times 1.05 is 1417.50.
Oh, it only took it. Okay. Sorry, it only took it on my last thing, which was 300, not the whole total.
So then he's going to add the 315 and that's just 32, 7. Right. Looks like we have a grand total of 1,732 gold. And, well, let's round up. And 33 gold. 1,733. May be paying by cash? By coin or coin?
That's gonna be cash money.
All right, please stack them in denominations of 100 to make it easy for me to count. And do it quickly.
So, am I just walking around with all the cash from the group?
No, but
Well,
I mean,
fine with that.
presumably
Yeah.
you would come back with the total and we'd get the cash
Yeah.
back there immediately.
Yeah, somebody
so you-
needs to. We'll grab the rest of the crew and walk back.
Okay, so you come in and you put down 14 stacked of 100s, and then you count out the 33 gold. And you hand it all over to him. And he says, yes, everything's in order. Yes, yes, yes. And he quickly sweeps it all into some sort of ivory, very beautiful ivory small chest. He says, boy, just put that in the treasury. Be quick about it. Wait. Well, thank you for doing business at Haruka's Pillbug for potions.
And then does he just shut down like a robot?
And he looks at you, he says, the heroes are always most welcome at my store, Mr. DTD. Now, please be off. I have other things to attend to.
Who's this guy played by?
Alan Rickman.
Oh, okay.
And he just waves his hand and the door opens.
Ooh, a wizard.
Ooh,
Are you
sweet
off?
Mage hand.
Do you leave, DTD?
Sorry. Yes, I'm gonna get the hell out of there as quick as I can.
Okay. So you kind of walk out with a thing of potions, and the second your foot's out, it just slams shut, and you hear a lot. All right.
Dickhead potion shop owner threatened the alchemist about being the only shop in town. That's
Yeah.
a bit, yeah.
Yeah. DTV's got plans.
Yep. I will fund that shop.
All right. So I think we've done all our business, which means we are gonna split screen over to the Pixie's Kitten.
Yeah.
All right. Glurk has been waiting patiently.
So you walk into the kitten and you see
Mistress
Waiting
Tesserani.
owner.
Waiting
Yeah, well,
patiently, he's got a full-on priapism right now.
Poor
So
guy.
you see the owner, Kay Tizzerani, is not anywhere to be seen. But But you do see who's your girl there?
Tawny.
Katane.
So Tawny
Yeah.
comes up. She was in a back room. You walk in and you make your massive presence known, and there's some girl whispers and giggles and runs back, and a minute later Tawny comes bounding out. She says, "Cookie, back!" And she jumps
Oh
on you.
God! Yay! Okay, so I'm obviously concerned about her. So the first thing I'll ask is how she's doing.
Well, as well as somebody can do without their big, strong Glurky in their life.
All
Let me
right.
feel those muscles.
Everything's safe in here. You haven't
Yes.
seen anything unusual.
No, only,
All right.
the only thing unusual has been my feelings towards you. How I've missed you, Glurk.
All right. She doesn't get any longer. We're going straight to the room.
Okay, so you go straight to the room, and I don't know, and you have an intense couple of hours or whatnot, and she's after a certain point, she says, "Oh, Glurk, I can't handle anymore. Can we go get a drink at the bar?"
I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna speak. Don't be afraid of the pain. Pain is a caress too, when it's done by someone you love.
Whoa. Jesus.
Wow.
Okay. Well, she says, "Oh, it's so true, but I'm thirsty. Can we just take a break?
Yeah.
Will you buy a lady a drink?"
Yeah. In fact, I gotta go. I got something to do, but keep my room ready for me.
Oh, okay. And she looks crestfallen. So, are you leaving?
Yeah, we got that dinner tonight, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and it's late afternoon. You figure you want to go wash up or what?
I am kind of curious where Mistress Tesrani is, though.
Well, it's funny you say that because you're walking out and you're walking kind of through the back rooms and you're coming down the stairs and you see it's kind of onto the corner of your eye, but you see her come out of a room, and she gives like a lover's embrace to somebody and a long kiss, and then she goes back to check on some girls, and you see the man turn around and walking out, and it's none other than Sheriff Hemlock.
Oh no! Does he see
He
me? Do we
hasn't-
see each other?
He hasn't seen you yet, but
Okay.
you're obviously, a sight for sore eyes. He's heading straight for the door. You're still at the top of the stairs. What do you do?
Oh no! I'm just gonna observe, and I'll tuck that one away in my back pocket.
All right, so you tuck that away in your back pocket, and you go back to the dragon to wash up. And if you talk to who's our favorite halfling at the Rusty Dragon? What's her name?
Penelope? No.
Polly, I think it's Polly something.
No,
Yeah.
Polly's the hot blonde chick that you saved.
Oh yeah, I
Halfling's
forgot.
the one- I did too, and I'm the one running the game. But she comes up and says, "Oh, it's wonderful to see you. Would you like me to draw a bat for you? It's fun to draw a bat."
Just give me some grog.
Okay, I can do that too. And then she kind of runs back. All right, so I think we've got everybody sorted.
Are you talking about Mimsy Buckle?
Yes, it is
Mimsy Buckle, thank you.
I
Mimsy
just
Buckle.
pulled that up too. I was like, it's Mimsy Buckle.
Mimsy Buckle, indeed. All right, so what do you guys want to do now? By my list, you've gotten everything done that I expect you to do before the dinner. Is there anything else you guys want to do in town before you go wash up for dinner?
I'm assuming that when I end up at the dragon, Lars Larson's, or as I like to call him, Chauncey Jr. shows up and finds.
Yeah,
me.
let's actually play that out first, and then you're also going to meet Broderd at the dinner, which I thought would be apropos. But why don't we play a little chance? So,
Right.
where are you staying?
Well, because I'm new, I've been because it's a little bit, the Twilight Academy is a little bit of a shit show, so they just kind of sent him to Sandy Point to find me. So he's been at the inn, but being a goblin in a in a town attacked by goblins, I've been staying with my friend Joe Barr. So we probably won't. But I'll probably go to the dragon a little bit before dinner to just have a little fun. Right? I got nothing.
Well,
to do.
you know what we could say is he would be. There's a good chance that when he came into town, he was sent to. Let me just check quick. Where you guys first met at the beginning of the first adventure, the White Deer. Remember that? It's right. Yeah. It's the reason I say this. It's the first pub right next to Jill Bar's, right inside the city gates, and it's a kind of a famous, not famous, but it's a, it's an inn that's been around for a long time, and it might be a place where they would put up a kid like him.
All right. I mean, I probably knew that they were going to send someone eventually. I kind of found the first Chauncey. I kind of got fed up and just found some hillbilly on the road and said, "Hey."
Well, right. Well, and this works out perfectly because, it's late afternoon. You're going back. Jill Barr said you could stay at my place at the Vaulted Arms, but you're kind of, the dinner's not till 7, and you've got a little extra time before you have to, clean up or whatnot. And you're like, oh, maybe I'll go have a drink at the White Deer. It's right next door.
Clean up? I serve my friend. I am clean all the time.
Okay, or not clean up, as it were. And so you're like, I got a little time to kill. Maybe I'll go get a drink and maybe take some of your various drugs that you take to kind of pump yourself up for the night.
Pretty much.
And you open the door to the White Deer and you see it's pretty empty because it's before the evening rush. There's a couple that look like they're actually travelers to the right of you at a table eating something out of a bowl. You see a couple of guys at the bar, another group of 4 guys, males, human, on the other side at the table, kind of laughing and drinking. And you see at the end of the bar a little thin, kind of bookish, pimply-faced kid with glasses. And how else did you want to describe him?
No. When I think a good way to think of him, because that's what I used for his marker for his token, is he looks like Presto from the Dungeons and Dragons cartoon.
Yeah.
Okay. That's perfect. So he's sitting at the end of the bar, and you are like, and you see him drinking some sort of spritzer or something. It doesn't look like it's ale or anything. And you go up, and he's got, red hair and glasses, and is kind of thin, and you see that he's chatting up the bartender. It's like, but as you get closer, you hear, yes, and there were many runes that were all along the Lost Coast. In fact, you've got one here, the White Tower. It's beautiful, and many people think it's a light tower, but I have different theories on that. And he's just going a mile a minute.
I love it.
What do you do?
I love that. And in my mind, also being a little nerdy too, he like if I think back when you were in like Keble College and stuff, you're like little dinner robes or whatever that kind of had like almost like Harry Potter with like the house. Like he had a Twilight Academy robe on. Very. So I kind of have an idea.
Totally. So, yeah, and he's got one of those silly hats on. And
yeah, exactly. So.
So you do you go slide up?
I belly up to the bar, but again, I still look like the dwarf, not like I'm assuming he's expecting a goblin, not a dwarf. So, hello there, friend. White Tower, you seem quite knowledgeable. Tell me about it.
Well, it's actually called the Old Light, just to be clear. People around here misname it the White Tower, but you probably wouldn't understand. Anyway.
At this, I pull out a pipe and start smoking some drugs. I'm like, book learning's important, but life learning's important too, my friend. Well, it looks like you're here for some life learning. Is that true?
You could say that, as long as you consider archaeological research of ancient Thessalonian ruins life learning, which of course I do.
You think you're pretty smart, huh, friend?
I know I am.
What did you say your name was? Chauncey?
Lars Larson.
You look like a Chauncey to me. And at this, I think you and I could be friends. And at this, I kind of just drop my disguise a little bit. I'm like, I'm the one you're looking for, friend. Look lively. And then I put the disguise kind of back up.
And his eyes go wide, and he says, Professor Ben Einstein?
That is me.
Is it you?
So, Chauncey, look lively. We have dinner tonight. You look a mess. We'll go to my friend Joe Barr's house, and you can freshen up. I look fantastic.
Right, but my name is Lars Larson.
We'll work on that, Chauncey. I'm sure I'll get that eventually.
Who's Chauncey?
Well,
I'm Lars.
You all look alike to me. Like, it's a work in progress. Come along, my friend.
Okay. Goodbye, Mr. Bartender.
I'll throw a coin to pay for his root beer.
Okay.
His lime Ricky.
And the barman's drying the glasses, and he kind of rolls his eyes. Okay.
Root beer
good luck,
or lime Ricky? What?
Yeah. All right. So that is Chauncey. Okay, is everybody done and dusted with everything they want to do before the dragon?
I think so.
Okay, so at the appointed hour, you all start kind of heading to the dragon, and you walk in, and it's a pretty busy night, but Ameko has reserved the back room again with a great table. And she looks thrilled to see all of you and comes up and hugs you all in turn. And says, "Oh, I was so worried. Thank Desna you're back. Please, we've laid out quite a feast. Mayor Devrin herself called me and into her office, and yeah, I just had to cover that. And said to spare no expense, which of course we didn't for the Heroes of Sandpoint." And she winks at you. Please come. Mimsy. Polly. And then everyone's kind of running around, setting tables, yada, yada. And everyone's filtering in. As you walk in, you see in the corner, Brodard is sitting there with a cane and his day jacket, and looks like he's smoking a pipe and waiting for folk to come in. Jill Barr comes in. Looks like he's changed Glurk since whatever you saw him in.
All right, yeah, I just spied him, but yeah, he's changed. Okay.
Yeah, he must have run home and changed. And then everybody else filters in. And then you also see see who else should be there. Yeah, probably just you guys, the mayor, Jill Barr, and or Sheriff Hemlock, and yeah, that's probably the crew. And then Brodard, Quink, and Chauncey and Bedhead. So they lay the table out, and drinks are served, and everyone kind of sits down, and the mayor stands up and says, "Thank you all for coming. I know who I was trying to remember. Father Xantes is there also. Thank you all for coming. I decided to throw this impromptu celebration so we can raise our glasses and feast with the heroes of Sandpoint, who once again have saved the city and, well, the entire region from great evil. I don't know what we would do without these brave young men. There are no women, right? Yeah. Protecting our town. So I'll keep it short. Let's raise a glass and then we can all drink and be merry. Yeah, the heroes of Sandpoint. Clink, clink, clink. And we're going to hit pause. I'm going to go get a drink. Does anybody, let's take a 5-minute pee break. Does anyone need a 5-minute pee break?
Sounds good to me.
I got to go switch a load of laundry. So we will reconvene at 9:50.
Timmy, you got to get on those tunes.
I got the tunes. Just should I turn them on right now?
Do you have a tavern, busy tavern?
Yeah. Speakeasy.
I had something going here called Town Master's Hall. Let's see how that sounds.
It might be. Well, let's try it. Try it, man. Costs nothing.
It sounds like they're candlelight bowling.
That is not hardly anything. Hold on a second. Let me find something
Yeah,
else.
it's like it's not even the sound of people.
Or is it?
Yeah, that's what we sound like to them.
Cozy Tavern? Shady Tavern. Let's try Cozy.
Shady Tavern.
Ain't no standard medieval tavern. What the fuck, man?
Oh, you.
I'm scared.
The best are the ads. You gotta let those ads run.
Oh, yeah. That was a car ad. I don't know.
Yeah, this sounds
Oh,
better.
This has got some music. Some band playing.
There, that does make sense.
That's great. Good work, Timmy.
There you go.
All
There
right.
you go. Nice work, Tim.
Nice work, Timmy. What do we
Thanks
nice
for
work,
finally
Timmy?
figuring this out. After
Listen to the
what,
background
12
track,
years?
man.
It's so perfect. I know, it was just like the biggest riddle. It's like, this should not be difficult.
But it is.
Yeah.
Well, I had one up for a while, but they kept on doing cease and desist on like all these apps.
Yeah.
All right, so do we got all the crew back?
Well, assuming Bruno hasn't just absorbed himself in emails, we haven't heard anything for a while. It looks like Killer's on mute, so he's
I'm
probably...
here.
Hey, there he is.
Emails confirmed. Love this one.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Pretty sweet Celtic band they got it.
Spare no expense.
Hmm.
To find out Mako like runs like a Chitlin circuit.
Played with the Pogues in 81 and 82 as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Brief affair with Shane McGowan.
yeah.
Very
Until they
brief.
got caught up in the trouble.
All right, who are we waiting on?
Ebony amateurs.
Not waiting on that. That's
Yeah,
for damn sure.
No, that
That's
was like
been here all night.
that was 3.5 minutes ago.
Just Killer?
Just tell
I'm here. That's what I was here.
how are you?
Oh, shit, let's get rolling. All right. So, Devrin gives the toast. I went digging into, some really good bread and butter and a fresh stew, some type of a chowder, and also got a meat board with some venison and cheeses and apples and fruit and some fresh vegetables. It's a real feast. And as you're kind of all enjoying the meal and talking, we're going to have a series of, general side conversations. Eyesight. You see Broder sitting in the corner. Do you approach?
Chauncey, with me. I hear this is the local expert. He might be able to help us. Come along. And get out your journal. Get out your pen. Take notes.
All right, so you approach him, and he sees a dwarf and a nerdy kid and a university kid.
Yeah.
And he says, "Oh, what's an unlikely duo? How may I help you two?"
I'm here with the Heroes of Sandpoint. They told me you're quite the expert in Thessalonian lore and history.
Well, I have my studies. They didn't like me at the University of... He was in Magnamar, the Wizards Academy, called the Stone of Seers, is where he had studied, and some of his theories on Thessalonian history were considered unorthodox, so he fell out of favor at the academy, and that's why he moved to Sandpoint to be closer to the ruins to study them.
Doesn't surprise me. Pompous baboons. That's why me and my young protege here, we study it. I'm actually a bit of a learned man myself. I'm from the Twilight Academy. And sure,
the Twilight Academy? I've heard tale of them. They're real rabble-rousers.
Well, we don't put up with that snobbery like the stone stuck-ups.
Yeah, so anybody who sticks in the eye of the academy is a friend of mine. Broder Quink. Pleasure to meet you.
Professor Bedhead Einstein, nice to meet you as well. This is my apprentice, Chauncey. Say hello, Chauncey.
Well met. You two start talking.
Yeah, maybe someone can help me. I remember our last adventure, but I don't know what it is. I drew something. I pulled out my sketchbook and drew something from there that we were going to show this.
Like
guy.
a star?
I can't remember what it was.
There was a star?
Was it the Hadron rune?
I think it was.
So, you have... There's a handout on that. Did I give you guys the handout on that in the art?
I don't know if you did.
Check that.
Oh, look. I got kicked off of.
Broder's history of the room.
I could have sworn I gave you guys a art thing of the Sahedra in a room.
I remember I said, because you're like, does anyone have pen and paper? I'm like, I do. I'll sketch it. So I know I.
Or were you sketching the Aslan's statue? No, he saw that.
Nope.
He brought him down.
No, it was the last adventure. I think it was the room. It was in the last. I think it was the room.
Okay. So it's a 7-pointed rune. You guys have seen it. So you gonna show it to him?
Sure. I'm like, my friend, there's something me and Chauncey have been debating, and we love your insight. I mean, I'd love to get a local opinion.
Okay, so you show him, and he says, "Oh my goodness." Yes, this star is known as a Sahedron rune. It signifies not only the 7 virtues of rule in ancient Thassalon, which were wealth, fertility, honesty, pride, abundance, eager striving, righteous anger, and rest, I believe. But also the 7 schools of magic recognized by Thassalon. Of course, divination magic was not held in high regard by the ancients, but so that's a different story. I believe the classic mortal sins of greed, lust, pride, gluttony, envy, wrath, and sloth rose out of the corruptions of those virtues of rule. And at any rate, The Sahedron rune was certainly a symbol of power. Might have been a symbol of the Empire itself. We just don't know.
Yes, I don't want to get you too excited, but actually, I believe we were I was in a temple of the Rune Lord of Wrath, or of Greed. Sorry, the Rune Lord of Greed, and I don't remember his name right.
Karzug?
Karzug, that is him. It is true. I even maybe saw an illusion, a finely crafted illusion. I know something of him, of him, like a message to his followers.
Where did you see this? In Thistletop?
It is in Thistletop, but beware, it is dangerous. It is not for...
Would you take me? I must see this rune.
I believe that there is going to be a delegation from the town, along with the priest, to secure
Xantus.
I can see what I can do, but it is very dangerous. And not all of our party got out alive. I don't know if you met young Ziggury, but he perished, saving my life.
Dear Ziggury, yes, he was a fine young man. That's terrible to hear.
So I would just hate to send, scholars like ourselves, our minds are strong, but not always our bodies. So I want to make sure.
Yes. But I must see this, even if there's danger. Perhaps I will speak to the sheriff. And then when he's saying that, the scene cuts over to Hemlock. Jill Barr, do you want to talk to Hemlock at all about the delegation? Jill Barr?
Yes, I would like to do that.
Sorry, I was muted. Sure, Hemlock. I was speaking to Father Xantus earlier. I was relaying to him what we saw relating to the Mother of Monsters, a temple under this Thistletop, and also what seemed to be some sort of connection to the very home of Demonia, the Abyss. We fought a creature, some sort of nascent demon lord who was trying to enter our plane. I believe Nualia was summoning it, but my concern is if the temple remains and draws more evil, we've eliminated one force, but if the temple is still there and able to be accessed, other evil may come and may try and bring that demon creature in again and free it to terrorize the land and perhaps come here.
Oh dear. Yes, that sounds terrible. What are we to do?
Well, Xantus believes that he and some of his best acolytes, if they were accompanied by some very reliable soldiers, that they might be able to go there and try to remedy this. And worst case scenario, they could consecrate what can be, eliminate what can be, and if need be, perhaps an engineer or two could be along to collapse the tunnels at the bottom levels, to at least make it very difficult for anyone to get down to where the demon was at.
Yes, seems very sensible. Well, I know Broderd has some engineering skill.
If he is willing, that would make sense, because there were quite a few impressions from what seems to be this ancient Thessalonia we seem to be running into so often recently.
Oh, yes, he would be most interested in that. Well, and I would also say, I suppose, well, between you and me, Jilbar, our local guardsmen, they're men of bravery and good heart, but they're not exactly the cream of the crop. But there are two lieutenant commanders from Magnamar that were sent with us, cavalry commanders, Lieutenants McQueen and Bronson. They showed quite a bit of aptitude. Perhaps we could send them with the group.
They sound suitably dour and taciturn. I think that is a wise choice, Sheriff.
Oh, excellent. We'll make it so tomorrow. Good idea, Jilbar. And he slaps you on the back. Now, let's have some more grog.
Yeah, more grog.
All right, so you got that convo going. Any other side conversations?
All
Let me
right.
think for a minute.
Do
Go ahead.
Do I think that like Sheriff Hemlock is trying to keep things on the down low about the Pixie's kitten, or is it just a normal thing for him? What did I feel?
You don't know, but you think a Mako might know.
Oh, okay. Is she around?
She's sitting. You see her sitting up at the bar, chatting with somebody.
I'll
And the conversation seems to be ending.
I'll order another drink at the bar and then sidle up to her and ask some questions about what's going on with the sheriff. Hey, Mako, how's it going?
What's up, clerk? It's all right.
Yeah. Can I tell you a secret?
Whose brother is about to go be put in a cage and brought to McNamara tomorrow.
How do you feel about that?
Well, I feel pretty shitty, clerk. I feel terrible that I wasn't able to save him, but at the same time, he's a murderer.
Yeah, he was up to
Very
some
difficult.
pretty nasty stuff. We saw it.
I know he deserves justice, but he's still my brother. Do you understand, clerk?
I do. But remember that I got
Yes,
something
clerk?
to say.
Yes, clerk? What am I to remember, clerk?
Try not to liquor after war. That's what I want to say. And I'm gonna take another drink. And
Yes, thank you.
so I'm gonna steer the conversation over to the Pixie's kitten.
Clerk, are you feeling all right? You seem out of sorts.
I've had a few, and I've had a long day of
Yes, of course.
love making. But that gets
Let's keep it. Hey,
hey,
we
what
have to share everything. Where I come from, that's called TMI.
when I was at the Pixie's kitten, I noticed that the sheriff was there. Have you ever known him to visit this place?
Oh. And let me guess, he was with Tay.
Exactly. Yes.
Or Kay.
The
well,
Mistress Tessarani.
Yeah, honey, that's the worst kept secret in Sandpoint. Those two are lovebirds, and they have been for a long time. I don't know why he doesn't put a ring on that finger.
Would he talk to us about it? What? How did they get to know each other?
Well, I don't rightly know. I mean, you know how these things work. I mean, the sheriff's been around for a while, and his wife died, and he sought comfort, and things happen. You know, it's life, isn't it, clerk?
It is. All right.
It's nefarious, though.
It's not nefarious. Well, they are two powerful people that know quite a bit of information about what's going on around here. So,
I hear you're with Tani.
yeah, Tani, she's a good girl.
Yeah, she's one of my favorites. I mean, as a friend. But I'm glad you're happy, clerk. And I tell you what, I know you're big and strong, but if you mistreat her, I'll kick your ass.
I'll never give her anything more than what she wants.
Okay. Well,
She
I'll
doesn't.
leave it at that, clerk.
I'll let you know she has no flowers in her
I
blood.
bet you've got a lot to dish out.
Mm-hmm. All right, so I'll leave it at that and get back to the festivities and eat some pork.
Okay. All right, so that scene ends. Anybody else have some side combos they want?
Nope.
What the hell was that?
Jojo?
No, I am satisfied.
What are you doing right now?
I'm dreaming of ebony amateurs.
Okay, so I guess with no other side combos, the night plays out. Everyone gets a little frisky and drunk, including Devrin. At one point, Aridin, you're pretty sure she grabbed your ass, but you can't prove it.
Right.
Um,
Because if I could, sheriff's right there.
right. So things kind of start winding down around 11, and the sheriff takes his leave, and mayor takes her leave. Everyone, Broderd, of course, goes to bed early. Everyone kind of leaves, and it's just after a while, just the Heroes of Sandpoint. Do you guys take your leave?
Well,
No.
was this just a celebration for us, or are we supposed to get any other information about the murders? Because that's what's in my mind.
The murders, Hemlock seems really hell-bent on not talking about it until tomorrow morning's meeting.
All right.
So you,
I would say that Renata was probably with us, and it is definitely time for the two of us to get home. Gentlemen, thank you all. Remember, we are supposed to be meeting the sheriff at 9 o'clock in the morning. My lady, shall we? And Jill Bar and Renata will take off.
Clerk's halfway out of there already. He's been thinking about Tani all night.
Bedhead's pretty confused because he's like thought he was sleeping at Joe Barr's house, but he felt like he just got disinvited. So now he doesn't know what to do.
Anyone, the door will be open.
All right. Dojo will go to Jill Bar's as long as he doesn't vibe anybody out or block a cock, I guess.
Yeah. So
ETD's taking on this band. Or he's gonna chill out here and watch this band for a while.
all right, so for those of you who stay up late, and those of you who hang around, Amato takes the stage again at about midnight. And she does another rendition of one of her songs. And those of you who are already positively disposed toward her, she's you just fall in love with her all over again.
Basically, Chauncey and I have never rolled for this. So.
Oh yeah, you got to roll. So give me a will save.
All right. First for me. First for Bedhead. Ooh, not that good. And now for Mr. Chauncey. Well, it's also not that good. We'll probably both. Let's see. For the Chancellor, he's at an 8. And for me, I'm at 11. Bedhead's at an 11. Chauncey's at an 8.
You both fall in love with her. Mr. Will save.
Lovely. Lovely.
Oh, look at little smut. All right, so you would fall in love with her. And what else? Let's see. Everyone goes to bed.
Yeah.
All right, so we can kill the music, and now it's tomorrow morning.
All right.
The day the music died.
What kind of music should he cue up, Horton? Suspenseful music?
Well,
Sexually liberating music.
what kind of music do you want for a meeting? I would say if you could give me background music that's kind of
Dubstep.
not that. That's kind of concern. You know, yeah, kind of creepy, like mystery, like supernatural mystery music.
Cthulhu Jazz.
All right.
Yeah, like mysteries of the unexplained or something.
Here we go. Mystery music queued up.
All right. Oh. You wake up in the morning and everyone gets their breakfast on. And then you head to the garrison. And you all meet outside and you walk in. And it's interesting because it's a dark. So a storm moved in overnight, and it's a rainy morning, kind of like, and the temperature dropped about 20 degrees, and it's like a cold, rainy morning, and
Jilbar has a shit-eating grin on his face. And you would all notice, given the weather conditions, he seems inordinately pleased with a new pair of bright blue boots that are going up almost to his knees and appear to have like golden filigree inlaid around the top, around his
hell?
calves, and then also almost like a sort of like a medallion star on each toe.
are they emanating magic?
Should anyone check, they are in fact emanating magic as well.
What kind of magic?
Almost
Uh,
like,
I believe it's probably
This kind of magic? This
Oh,
That kind of magic.
exactly that kind of magic.
Look at that look. Mm.
Although that would be more conjuration summoning, I believe.
Yeah, I just summoned a daemon. All right, so you got some sweet boots on.
Sweet boots, dude.
What do those boots do?
Well, Renata, she's just the best. She's been worried, and particularly given some of my history and what we just came up against in Thistletop. In armor, I'm not quite as. I'm more prone to falling, and not quite as nimble. If not that I'm ever very nimble. But she had heard about these a long time ago in her travels as a young lass. Apparently, these are referred to as the boots of the cat. And should I ever fall, in battle, or perhaps, off of a cliff, I will still take damage, but I will be protected from the worst, and I'll always land on my feet, no matter what, which seems like some sort of a fine blessing in a game where going prone is a severe mechanical disadvantage.
Rare.
Yeah.
Nice.
All right, so you got some sweet boots on. It's raining. It's a cold rain. You guys are gathering outside of about 9 a.m., the appointed time. And Devrin comes out, or not Devrin. The Kington comes out. Kington of the Kington and Decker. Kington comes out and says,
You have a great
Roy,
day. You just want to down.
the sheriff told me to come collect you guys. Oh, no. That's really shitty. Right. Sheriff, I'm still working on my Cockney accent. Right, Sheriff told me to come collect you guys. Come on in. Come on in. Get yourselves out of the wet. Get yourselves out of the wet frog. Right through here. And then he brings you to the sheriff's office. So you go in, and Hemlock's got a big cup of coffee, it says, I survived Magnamar, some nonsense. And
I
like that was a stupid t-shirt or the stupid coffee mug. And you guys go in, and he has you sit around. He's put chairs in there, and he says, "Gentlemen, would anybody like a cup of coffee?" Sorry, I just turned into a...
Yeah, this
Walk
rain
the
is
talk.
soaking me to the bone.
Hey, Decker! Yeah, boss. Did you bring in the carafe of coffee for the hero?
excuse me, you wouldn't have any oat milk, would you? I just, dairy's a little tough on my tummy, and just oat milk just helps with
Decker looks at Hemlock and is like, "Who's this guy?"
Oh, that's okay. I guess I could drink black.
Yeah, good. That's what we're getting. All right, so So you guys all sit around and, hey, we're not doing this. I got to get rid of Reggie. He's gone insane. He's chasing shadows. Reggie, come on. Let's go upstairs.
Is this happening in the game or is this happening in
Up, go. You can come back down once you've thought about how naughty you're being.
Why are you talking to your wife like that?
Did she text me like that? All right, so
Gross.
yeah, that's pretty gross. All right, so let's launch into it. So Hemlock says, "Gentlemen, first, let me thank you again for all you've done for Sandpoint. It's fortunate you've proven yourself so capable because we've a problem I think you can help us with. Problem I wish I didn't have to involve anyone with, but one that needs dealing with now before the situation grows worse. I'm a simple man, so let me put it simply. We have murderers in our midst. A murderer or murderers? I know not which. I fear, though, that whomever these foul actor or actors are, they've only begun their work. Some of you doubtless remember the late unpleasantness, how this town nearly tore itself apart in fear as Chopper's slayings went unanswered. I am afraid we might have something sinister brewing right now. And he looks at you, Jilbar. 2 nights ago, the murderer struck the sawmill. There are 2 victims, and they're in pretty gruesome shape. The bodies were discovered by one of the mill workers, a man named Ivor Thorne. And by the time my men and I arrived on the scene, a crowd of curious gawkers had already sprung up. I've got my men over there stationed now. I've got the mill locked down, some of the Magnum are guard. The thing that bothers me isn't the fact that we have 2 dead bodies inside. It's the fact that this is actually the second set of murders we've had in the last few days since you've been gone. I come to you for help in this matter. As you know, my men are sufficient. They're also green. They're barely able to handle themselves against the goblins, and what we're facing now is an evil far worse than goblins. I need the help. But I'm afraid you'll need the help too. You see, I'm afraid that this particular murderer knows one of you, if not all of you, quite well. At this point, Hemlock passes a blood-stained scrap of parchment to you.
Oh.
DTD.
Oh. Uh-oh.
And let me get that over to you. Put that in the group. Cackle. Cackle wackle. Mm-hmm. Where the fuck is it? Goddamn son of a bitch, Rito.
I will return it for $5 American.
Oh, I know what I got. I gotta get that. Now, there.
$4. $3.
All right, so
2 wooden nickels.
2 wooden nickels and a portrait of David Hasselhoff.
So
go into your player handouts and you'll see something really disturbing.
Learn to love me, desire me.
And DTD, he handed this to you because on the cover it said Dontarius Terrius David.
Wow.
What?
Where is it?
You guys all see it?
Mm-hmm.
No.
It's on handout 2-1.
Yep.
Go into your handouts, John.
Under journal?
yeah.
Yeah.
And then chapter 2.
Oh, there we go. Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
It says, "You will learn to love me, desire me in time as she did. Give yourself to the pack, and it shall all end. Your lordship."
Interesting.
The path.
And DTD, you remember back, yeah, well, we'll just leave it at that. So, back to the story. So, DTD, you're kind of absorbing this, and then Hemlock looks at you long and hard, and he says,
Fuck me.
That
So
note,
hard.
that very note was found pinned to the sleeve of the latest victim by a splinter of wood.
What do you make of it, Sheriff?
Whose blood is it?
And I make a lot of it. I do have a series of leads, but before I go into the details of this case, I know we've asked you so much of this town. This town has asked so much of you. We're not a rich town, as you know, Jilbar, but I have gotten clearance from Mayor Devrin. If you are to look into this matter with me, I can promise you 500 gold pieces if you can help stop further murders. And now, on to the lead.
Sounds fair.
So, this is what we know. Sandpoint Lumber Mill. The most recent murders took place here. The bodies are still present, and little has been done with the crime scene itself. I wanted to preserve it for you fellas, assuming you agreed to help us. I think this is the first place we should investigate. I'll go with you.
Where's
Before we go, yeah. So the mill is ding ding. You see where I'm pinging?
Yeah.
He says, but before we go over there, let me just briefly run through all the leads I have. So as I noted, we have the Sandpoint Lumber Mill. Then there's Ivor Thorne. He was the one who discovered the bodies at the lumber mill.
Uh-oh. Sorry.
Whoa.
Sweet. I want to hear more.
For some reason,
And this is the first time you realize that my very existence as a game master is actually been paid for by
By
advertising.
Nissan.
All right. So, Ivor Thorne, I've interrogated him, but he's currently held in the garrison here. I don't know that he doesn't strike me as the murderer, but I thought I'd keep him for your own interrogation. He was one of the partners at the mill. The other partner is one of the dead ones. Then there's Vin Vinder. I don't think Vin had anything to do with it, but the other dead one is his daughter. I must sadly tell you. Then there were the other murders. Before this gruesome murder at the mill, which I'm about to show you, 3 con men from the town of Galduria were found murdered in an abandoned barn south of town a few days ago. Their bodyguard, quote unquote, that they had hired survived the assault, but he's gone insane, and he was sent to Habe Sanatorium, privately run place for the insane east of town here.
Horton, what was where were those 3 travelers from?
Galduria.
Gotcha.
And then finally, and most troublesome, the rune. There's a star carved on one of the victims' chest. It seemed to have some significance to the killer, but I don't know what it means.
On one or all?
Got 7 points.
7 points.
Got 7 points. That's all I know. You guys don't have any questions. I say we probably continue this investigation by bringing you to the mill itself so you can look at the crime scene. You guys have any questions, or do you accede?
Nothing like looking at dead bodies in the morning.
So you said
It was Laura Palmer's dad all along.
Leland.
You said one of the mill workers' daughters, or one of the mill workers' owners died.
Yeah,
Also
Vin
the
Vin.
daughter of Vin Venner. Who was she? Can you tell us about the other victim?
No, so yeah, so so Harker is his name. He was one of the partners of the mill. He's a young man. His other partner was Ivor, the one I've got locked up.
Yeah.
Harker's the dead one. Turns out he was having a tryst with Vin's daughter. Not the one you ran afoul of, DTD. The other one.
What was her
Well,
name?
let's just say they came out worse for wear, as you'll see soon enough. Now, if there aren't any more questions, I think we should probably just go look at the scene.
Let's do it.
Let's do.
All right, so you guys head over to the actual scene, and this is what you see at the Sandpoint Lumber Mill. Unfortunately, I don't have a picture in detail, but we'll have to do theater of the mind here. Here's what you know: there were two owner-operators. Ivor, who's in prison now, we're in lockup, and the other one was a young man named Banny Harker.
Bullshit.
Whatever.
He's a good-looking young rogue, known as kind of a penny pincher in town, cheapskate, some might say, others might say frugal, charitably. He's been engaged in a semi-secret affair with Ben's daughter, Katrine, and they've been meeting at the mill often late at night, using the noise of the log splitter to cover the sounds of their lovemaking.
Oh.
Makes sense.
Wow. Yeah.
I've done that before.
It's probably needed here for.
So the mill itself stands on the shore of the Turandok River, as you guys would know. Turandarok River. And when you guys get there, there's still a sizable crowd milling around. They must have sensed that you guys were walking over there, and more people are coming. And a lot of nervous-looking people, and you've got two guards that you don't know, but you assume might be McQueen and Bronson from Magnamar, because they've got dour looks and are well-muscled and don't seem phased. And
Can I ask a question?
yeah, real quick. And Hemlock says the Mills bit was operating the night of the murder. And at the time, Thorne and Harker were working late, which has become a bit of a bone of contention around town as the noisy mill and its infernally creaky log splitter keep the neighbors away. All right, go ahead.
Are they holding Ivor, or have they charged him?
They have not charged him yet. Hemlock was more holding him for you guys to interrogate him if you wanted.
Yeah, I want to interrogate him.
So when you get there, you see the mill in the distance, you see the crowds, you see Bronson and McQueen. They part and let you through. And you see a well-built wooden structure. It's got very thick walls. The roof is made of wooden shingles. The doors are simple timber and unopened, obviously. The mill machinery is now not operating. But you do know that if it is engaged, it's very noisy. As you're kind of gazing around, you see there's a pier that timber is delivered to the mill via this small pier that extends out into the Turandarak River. And you guys can go investigate that. And then inside the mill is the murder scene that has been left preserved. And as you kind of take a broad gaze, you see that the mill interior is coated with sawdust strewn with footprints and splashes of blood. It's clear that there was some sort of struggle that took place. And you see a bunch of footprints, and they're kind of confusing. And then Hemlock's left Harper's body, Katrine's body. There's an axe and a lingering stench of rotten flesh in the air. It smells almost as if an animal had died somewhere in the room, and remains there allowed to ripen. Do you want to investigate any particular aspects of this room?
Yes.
Yeah, let's go to where the bodies were.
All right, so you go up to the bodies, and unfortunately, it looks like poor Katrine has been pushed into the log splitter.
Oh, no.
You see her mangled, ruined remains lie on the mill's lower floor amid heaps of blood-stained firewood. You do know, Hemlock says, the log splitter is powered by a water wheel and consists of a chute on the floor, in the floor, with rotating saw blades that cut logs as they are fed in. So as you kind of look at it, you see that her body has been just completely mangled and blood is everywhere. Then there's Harker's body, which has been horribly desecrated. He's been affixed to the wall by several hooks normally used to hang machinery. The body's mutilated, the face is carved away, and lower jaw is missing entirely. His bare chest is defaced as well, bearing a strange rune in the shape of a 7-pointed star. Which you recognize as the Sahedron rune.
And we've also seen tattooed on some people in town, like some unsavory folks, right? Early on?
Early on, the two that tried to rape Polly seem to have such a rune. But they disappeared. Closer examination. Do you guys want to check out the body, his body?
Sure. Who was the note?
Who's checking?
Was the note pinned?
The note was pinned originally to him. Who wants to check the body?
I'll check out the body, but that.
Give me a heal check. Whoever's checking the body, I need a heal check.
What, heal check? That's not that good, but I'll do it.
Anybody have a heal?
DTD's probably got the best.
Yeah, give it a shot, DTD.
That is a 22.
With a 22, you're kind of examining the body up close, and you see there are several additional wounds than the obvious ones. There are smaller gashes that almost seem to have been made by a claw. Like claws from a human-sized hand. There's also a rotten scent that seems stronger near those claw marks.
Okay.
Can we identify the scent?
it smells like rotten meat.
But it's not.
And then
body.
there's a hand axe that's embedded on the floor near the log splitter as well. You want to check that out?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So the handle's covered with bloody finger marks. Sorry, go ahead.
Can one of us try knowledge arcana on that smell?
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't know who has the best knowledge arcana.
I got a 5.
Probably bedhead.
Yeah, I can roll. What are we rolling?
Arcana.
Arcana. I got a +9. Yeah. I can aid you too.
I rolled I rolled 20 for me. I rolled a 9. I got 20.
So with a 20, you're not really sure. The best you can kind of figure out, Bedhead, is that it's just, you're not sure. It doesn't remind you of anything. It just smells like a rotting animal flesh. What's happening?
Nothing.
I will say, kind of, I don't know if this makes a difference, but Chauncey got a 23, so he's like, excuse me. If
He doesn't know either.
All right.
No.
All right. Let's examine that other.
So the axe.
Yeah.
It looks like the axe is embedded in the floor near the log splitter as if it had been dropped there. The handle is covered with bloody finger marks, and a close examine of the head reveals 2 things of note. You look at it closely, and it looks like there's smears of rotten flesh and fragments of bone caked on the blade. And as you get closer to the blade, you smell that rotten meat smell again. In fact, anyone examining the blade, give me a fortitude save. Who's examining the blade closely?
I'll examine the blade. I'll give you a 40.
Yeah, I probably should too.
I got a 9.
Okay, DTD. Everyone tell me what you get.
I got an 11.
Okay, 9, 11, who else?
Dojo's got a 22.
You're fine.
No bullshit. Natural 20 for a modifier.
You're fine.
Bar.
20.
You're fine. Anyone who got a 13 or less, it's such an overwhelming smell that you are sickened for 5 minutes.
Clerk.
I wasn't over there, but I was checking out the body of the guy that's on the wall still.
I make him stink up my fingers and.
Okay.
I've got something that'll counter that.
Yeah, I failed it.
Yeah, auto fail.
So that's pretty much it inside the actual mill, but you do see
real
Hemlock.
quick, as we're examining the axe, is something about this, given our most recent experience, is there anything that a knowledge religion check might be able to do? Either with the way the bodies were dismembered or with this rotten flesh smell?
No, you don't think it's not. That doesn't seem like it was ritualistic for him.
So can I? Oh, go ahead.
Is the rot coming from viscera from the murder, or is it coming from somewhere else? What is? Can I track the odor at all?
Well, there's a lingering scent of decay in the air, and it smells like an animal died and is still ripening. But
is that coming from the axe because we got sick when we got near it?
But
or
it's
is
more
that...
specifically coming from the axe, the footprints, and
The wound on the body.
the wound on the body that was left by a hand.
So
Human
presumably
hand.
the killer smells of this same death.
Yeah.
Knowledge claims to be worth trying to make.
She took a bite out
No.
of him. He killed her.
All right.
Took a bite out of crime.
So,
And then also, the sheriff says there's also some suspicious stuff around the dock and the marsh across the way.
Can I take a look a little bit at the claw marks real quick and determine, are they animalistic or are they human fingernails? Because I'm a person that can grow claws too.
Give me a knowledge local.
Oh, okay. I got a 10. That's probably not good
You're
enough.
not sure. Not sure. So he brings you over. He kind of walks you down.
One last thing. What is the size of the footprints?
They look human sized.
Human sized. Okay.
Okay.
So there is a marsh on the other side of the river from the mill, and he brings you over to that side, and he says, when we were investigating this last night, we found something very curious. Do you see that dry area, the area that's dried, and do you see those human tracks? And as you go over there, you do see a bunch of human tracks that led from. It's weird. They led to and from the river, but they never led away from the site.
God dang it.
Jesus, bro.
Jeez.
That was awesome.
And
Are there other tracks besides
are
human
you going to
tracks?
investigate the footprints?
Yeah, are there other tracks besides human tracks?
Somebody give me a roll on the footprint. Give me a perception check. Tell me what you got.
Do that.
21.
That'll do.
With a 21, as you get closer, you're starting to smell the prints, and they have that same disgusting smell.
Does a 28 get any more information?
With a 28, no, here's what is curious. You see that the tracks lead from the river.
To the mill?
And they lead into the river. But they never lead away from the site.
They went into the river after they murdered her? Is that what we
They
say?
flying?
No, I don't know. And I'm trying to look and see if there are any other clues. I think that's it. And then Hemlock says, horrifying, I know. I do have Ivor Thorn and Vinder both in lockup. I don't think either of them is a culprit, but I thought I might keep them under lockup just for you guys to interrogate them if you want.
Can we do history, knowledge local, or anything on either the pack or your lordship to see if either of those phrases mean anything?
Yeah, you don't know. But then Hemlock pulls you aside and says, before we go back to the garrison, I should also mention to you about the first murder. 2 days ago, a patrol of guards along the Lost Coast Road were assaulted by a deranged man near an abandoned barn south of the town, right by Cougar Creek. The man was obviously sick and insane. His flesh was fevered, his eyes were wild, his mouth was frothing, and his clothes were caked with blood. The guards subdued him, but when they checked inside the barn, they discovered the mutilated bodies of 3 men. Although the bodies were too disfigured to identify, one of them carried a piece of parchment. And I have it here. Would you like to see it?
Yeah.
Okay, look in your handout.
Messieurs Mortwell and Hask.
I don't know what any of it means, but I do know that we assume it turned out that these bodies were Parch Mortwell, Leonard Hask, and Gedwin Tabe, 3 notorious con men and swindlers known well to us as local troublemakers. We personally forbade them from operating their con games in Sandpoint. And to be honest, I wasn't particularly surprised to find them murdered. It's only a matter of time before people like this tend to swindle someone worse than them, after all. But in light of the mill murders and the fact that Mortwell, Hask, and Tabe all bore the same 7-pointed marking on their chest that Harker did, I'm convinced there's something worse than a revenge afoot.
Have you found messes?
I've got the 3 bodies in the basement below the garrison. Cool holding cell.
Have you found messes?
You're welcome to look for them.
That's Messieurs. Misters.
Oh, I see. I see.
You're welcome to examine the bodies when we go back to the Ivor and Ben.
Sure.
One more thing, the insane man was identified as Grace Devela, a local Varisian thug. We've given him over to the care of Aaron Habe, caretaker of Habe Sanatorium south of town.
Oh, joy.
You're welcome to go there and check it out yourself, but, well, we can talk more about it later.
Sheriff, given the prominence of the 7-star symbol, the same Sahedron star we keep seeing in association with Thassalon, whether or not it's directly related to the plan with Nualia and the goblins, it seems very likely the same forces are at play. Also,
Yes.
my instinct with all of the rotted flesh we are seeing and smelling, those 2 bodies in there and the 3 bodies of the men that you have in the cellar, they should be consecrated immediately. I fear some sort of undead influence.
Oh, that's terrifying. Well, would you like to investigate the bodies before you do that?
Sure.
Yes, of course.
All right, so he says, let us back to the garrison. So he heads back to the garrison with you, and what do you want to do first? Do you want to talk to Ven? Do you want to talk to Ivor? Do you want to check out the bodies?
Ivor, Ven, then bodies.
That sounds good.
I would have done bodies first, but I'm cool with whatever.
The bodies were the old ones, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, maybe we should do those first before
I
they
mean,
rise
just-
up.
Right. Or just if we learn something from the bodies, then we can ask, right? Like,
Sure. I'm down with that.
let's look at the bodies.
All
Bodies
right.
first.
So he brings you down, and it's a floor. It's actually 2 floors below the jail cells, in like an old storage room that has been converted to a cooling chamber for dead bodies, sort of like a morgue, for lack of a better term. And you see these 3 bodies lying on 3 stone slabs, and decay has set in. But if anyone wants to examine the bodies more closely, give me a heal check. Tell me what you get.
TV.
I can aid.
Yeah, I should be able to aid as well.
I aid.
I do not aid.
Okay. All right, +2 for you, DT Date. You're on mute.
Sorry, I was talking that whole time.
No problem.
It's a 19.
That'll do it. So with a 19, you're kind of examining the bodies more closely, and you notice that all three bodies bear the same claw marks as those the I'm reading. You guys found on the Parker's body. And if you go closer, it has the same rotten smell.
Is that like? Does anybody know anything about undead?
Yeah, I might know a little.
Is that like ghouls or fiends or what are we looking at here?
Yeah, would knowledge dungeoneering or anything like that help here?
Yeah, I mean, trying to think. The only person who might know something about this is Jilbar. If he wants to do let me think about this. Ziggy would have been a good one to have.
Ziggy was made for that part of this game.
Oh my god.
Actually, I would think potentially the professor might know too. Professor, give me a knowledge. Oh man, what would that be?
It's knowledge religion, technically.
Yeah, you're probably right. Well, and you could give me one too, Jilbar.
Well, I rolled great. No bullshit, 18, so it's 28.
Wow. Okay. I mean, you don't know for sure, but you do know that
I aided, so it's a 30.
with the 30, you know, as you guys are conferring, you know, you're just kind of trying to think of, you do know certain undead creatures are known for their, rot, for smell, you know, specifically a human remarks that would have that smell. The only thing you guys can think of is maybe some sort of a ghoul or ghast.
Ghoul or a gas is what I. How about you?
It has to be good for you.
Definitely.
So yeah, so that's all you get off the bodies. What do you want to do now?
Pond.
You want to go Ebor?
Did
Ebor Vin?
Did the three conmen have clothes on? Did they have any stuff in their clothes?
No, they're just in rags. They've already stripped them. They're just in their breeches.
So
just that note.
Anything else?
Anything fucked up with their face or jaw? Missing faces, missing jaw, missing jaws.
No, not in this case.
Are there any signs that they were in water or near water?
Nope.
Nope. Well, should we get Ivor?
Let's go to Ivor and Vinvinder.
Little Linder.
So you go to Ivor, and he's we'll say Ivor is played by who's the one who played? And I think right now, Ray Fine.
Ow.
Good game.
And you go up into his cell, and Hemlock opens it and kind of roughly grabs him and throws him on a chair in an interrogation room and says, "Have at 'em, boys." And
Not Rave
He's kind of looking at you indifferently. What do you do?
Is he behind bars?
Oh, they just brought him out to the interrogation room. You're just surrounding him.
All right. Tell us what you know about these murders.
I've already told the sheriff everything I know.
Yeah, we didn't hear what the sheriff had to say. Tell us again.
Why should I tell you bums anything?
We're here to save people in Sandpoint. Don't you want to do the same?
I'm not going to tell some sort of greenskin anything.
All right. Somebody needs some intimidation, I think.
Nice.
Just smack him across the face, clerk.
Yeah.
All right, before you do that, Jill Bar, give me a wisdom check.
Okay. Oh, holding. That is a modified 16.
That's good enough. You're kind of watching this player and you're thinking, this guy might be more of a honey than vinegar guy, and you think Lurk might not be the best guy to interrogate him.
I can see that.
Yeah.
I'm still gonna slap him once.
Yeah.
My friend Glurk, despite this,
Talk to me like that.
Despite this Ibor's insolence, hold off for a second. Of course.
Now you know Ivor Jilbar. He's you know him as one of the guys who operated the mill in town.
Ibor, the sheriff has asked us to investigate these foul murders. Your partner, Harker, has been foully slain, as has been Vinder's daughter, Katrine. We need to know everything that you can tell us.
Jilbar,
There's no reason for you not to.
Jilbar, I respect you. I always have. I'll talk to you, but none of these other thugs.
Well, let's hear it then. I'm talking to you.
Does
now.
everyone else leave, or are you?
I'll leave.
Sure.
Chauncey,
All right.
what's up?
All right. So they all file out of the room, and it's just you two. You sit down across from him. He says, "Look, yeah, Harker was doing it with Katrine. That's no secret. Although Vin would tan his hide if he knew it. I know Vin's a angry father, but I don't think he's capable of doing what I saw done to those victims. Those two. Harker is... Look, Gilbar, I'm going to be honest with you. He's been cooking the books for some time now. I never took part in any of that crap. But Harker's stashed away quite a bit of money by skimming off from the top of the sales for the past few years. And, hey, I got my own code. And I also don't want to run afoul of Titus Scarnetti. Jilbar, you know that the Scarnettis own the lumber mill.
Gotcha.
And you know how ruthless Titus is. For all, the rest of you, you know that the Sandpoint lumber mill now has a monopoly. There were 3 other mills in town, but over the last 10 years, all 3 have mysteriously burned down. And let's see what else. Yeah, the Scarnetti, Titus doesn't. The Scarnettis don't know anything. I don't think they're involved. I don't know what the fuck happened to these guys, but it wasn't anything normal. It wasn't anything of this world. That's all I know.
What makes you say not anything of this world? I mean, clearly the murder was gruesome.
Did you look at them? Did you smell that place? I mean, what the fuck, Kilbar? the hell's going on around this place?
It's a good question. Now, you said you don't think this was related to Scarnetti, and I understand why you said that. But who else, if Harker has been skimming from Scarnetti, he was probably up to no good in other ways as well. What do you know of it? Who else might have been an enemy of his, or at least someone he ran afoul of?
I don't fucking know. All I know is he was scooping Ven's little girl. He was skimming off Titus. I turned the other cheek. I
Can
turned a blind eye to both.
Can I do a sense motive to see if he's holding out?
Yeah.
For some reason, it's not processing.
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 I know it's going to roll like... Oh, there it is. Okay. That is a modified 21.
That's high enough. You don't think he's... You think he's being honest, and you also further get the sense that as soon as he gets out of this holding cell, he's fucking done with this town. He's out of here.
Ivor, I appreciate your honesty. I'm guessing the sheriff will want to keep you here for a little while. But I'll put in a good word when the time is right. Thank you for your cooperation.
I appreciate that, Chilbar. I know you're an honest man, and, well, maybe I'm not as honest as you, but I'm just looking for a paycheck and a simple life. I'm getting the fuck out of this crazy fucking hellhole as soon as I can get out of here.
I understand that. There is cause for concern. I'm certain we can right the ship, but having seen what you've seen, I understand where you're coming from. Thank you again.
All right, and then you motion to the sheriff. He throws him back in the cell. Do you guys want to take a run at Ven, or are you guys done?
Pindinder.
Well, doesn't DTD have a history with Finn?
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, that's I'll give you a Quaker point for that, sir.
Ah, sweet. I'll take it.
Breaker point for
So,
John.
you might want to consider how you approach this. DTD, you think because of your history, you are ideally suited to interrogate Ven?
Yeah, I don't know. Seems like a bad idea. I mean,
all right. So how you want to approach Ven? Sheriff says Ven's pretty upset. You know, his daughter just got mutilated in the mill. So whoever talks to him, I suggest you be careful. Chilbar, I would say if anyone talks to him, it should just be you.
Probably.
DTD, are you okay with that?
I don't want to talk to that motherfucker.
Gotta get
Fair
paid
enough.
tonight, you motherfucking right.
I'll talk to him, Sheriff.
Scarnetti on Scarnetti.
All right, I draw the line at commercials from my competitor. All right, so you bring him in the other room, and same deal. And Ven looks at you and says, Chilbar, when are they going to let me out of this rat trap, so I can go mourn the loss of my beloved daughter? And he starts crying.
Ven, I'm so sorry for the loss of your daughter. I don't have the words. As far as your question, the sheriff needs to know, and the sheriff has asked me and my companions to try and find out who did this. But we need to know everything because, frankly, as you probably have already made the determination or already deduced, Harker and your daughter had a relationship, and it's possible that a father finding out such a thing with that kind of scum with their daughter might fly off the handle and do something terrible. You're a suspect. You know this, correct?
He looks off in the distance. He looks back at you with fairly suppressed rage. He says, you know what I know, Chilbar? I know that the real suspect is in this goddamn fucking holding cell, but it ain't me. It's that rapist that you travel with. DTD. Tried to rape my little girl. I know he fucking killed my other daughter. And I'm gonna fucking kill him.
Ooh.
What?
Easy, dude.
Vin, I know you're emotional right now, which is the only reason I'm not taking this sword out and putting it to your throat.
Yeah.
DTD has helped to save this town on numerous occasions.
He's a rat. He's an actual rat. He's a little fucking rat thing. He needs to be exterminated. And I'm the one to exterminate.
I'm going to suggest one more time, if you have any actual information as opposed to your slanderous lies about my companion, you say so now. And don't say anything now, and you forfeit that chance to help find who actually
He jumps up right away and he says, you know what fucking information I have? I got fucking Jill Barr who's hanging out with a goddamn rat man and protecting this town, you son of a bitch. And he's grabbing you by the collar.
Dude, are we seeing any of this? Because I don't think we'd stand for it.
I don't know. You guys tell me. Where are you?
We were
Right up in his fucking grill.
Yeah.
I'm smoking a cigarette out in the
Jill Barr, what do you do? TikTok.
Calm down, Vin. Take your hands off of me before you get a beating.
And then he like shakes all over, and then he just lets go of you and falls on the table and starts weeping. I get tired of this. Like a baby, my little babies. They're such beautiful babies. Now one is fucking dead and the other one's pawed at by these fucking lizard creatures.
What?
It's not right, Chilbar. It's not fucking right. And you know it.
Then again, I'm sorry, but what were you saying about the lizard creatures?
That's fucking DTD you hang out with. You treat him like he's a human, he's a goddamn lizard. He needs to be exterminated.
At any rate, if you think of something that might be relevant, let the sheriff know. We would love to hear. For now, back in your cell, and may your grief be better company.
Hey, lizard boy, why don't you come back here and face me? Little pussy.
We'll get the hell out of there.
All right, what else do we got?
Rapist. Fucking lizard rapist.
You rape lizards, BTD? Weird.
What about the lunatic?
So as you guys are coming out, you kind of go up the stairs, and the last cell you pass, you see Tsuto.
Uh-oh.
And he's sitting there, and he looks up at you with a malicious look, and he says, "You're gonna get yours, all of you.
I thought we killed
Might
that
not be
guy.
today, might not be tomorrow, but you're gonna fucking get yours, and I'm gonna be there when Lamash 2 rips your souls out and eats them for breakfast."
Maybe we should just kill this guy right now.
I thought we did kill him.
No, we knocked him out and then questioned him with Ameko's charm personnel.
God dang it.
So he's saying that, and then he's got like a tin cup, and he starts raking it across the jails, the bars. You're all gonna die. You're all gonna die. Bye bye.
Who's gonna kill us?
You're all gonna die.
Is it the lordship? Who's
I
gonna
think we
kill
should
us?
get out of here. I think this guy's about to jizz all over.
Yeah.
Who's
So
gonna
you
kill
go
us?
upstairs, and you go up to the main level, and Hemlock says, "I'm sorry, Jilbar, that you had to withstand that, and DTD, my apologies on behalf of the whole town of Sandpoint for that behavior of Ven. He's an honest man. He's just a man grief." And Tsuto, well, I don't need to tell you anything about Tsuto. He's about to get his comeuppance. In fact, I believe it's coming down the road right now as you guys walk outside.
Yeah.
You see coming through the north gate a procession from Magnamar of about 8 horse guards carrying a litter, and there's an iron, like a litter with an iron bars in it, like a cage. And then behind it, on a white palfrey, is a sumptuously dressed tall man. And he looks, let me show you what he looks like, if I may.
It's going to be in the journal.
Yeah.
Leslie Nielsen.
Or is it?
God damn it! Where'd I put it? I had it out last night. Fucking duck.
Murder most foul.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's coming. It's coming, Rito. It's coming right with me.
Just like me.
Common.
It's
Looks
always
like
coming.
Sam Donaldson.
Tribute come all over your little portrait on here.
Whoa,
Jeez.
bro.
Easy.
Betty, even cool. Easy, Rito.
Easy like Sunday morning.
Yeah, you're easy like Sunday morning. Well, all right, I'm just gonna pull it. I know I have it. But give me
Yeah, we
one
trust
minute.
you.
Yeah, bro.
Just because we tight, we're gonna give it to you for a double dime.
Okay, come and give me 10 seconds.
9,
Count.
8, 7, 6,
On
5,
the field.
4, 3, 2, 1.
The P-God.
DM
Kill
replacement
him.
initiated.
Wait, I get 60 seconds in the DM replacement. Counting down.
Self-destruct
All right.
in 14, 12, 10.
Let me just upload this little bit. Uploading. Boom, boom,
Ooh, Ebony Mills.
boom.
Nice upload.
Nice.
All right.
Jojo levels up.
Bruno has hijacked.
So Tim, while we wait, are the commercials part of the music player, or is it part of the just the?
It's from YouTube, and YouTube just throws like commercials in every once in a while now.
But that's
Don't
not
you
the
have
music
YouTube
player.
Premium?
I don't have YouTube Premium, no.
Oh.
Or do you?
Oh shit!
Yeah. Yeah, I think if we each pitch in $2, you can probably get it. So count me in for $2.
I don't know if that makes a difference.
Yeah, I
though.
think. Alright, I'm doing this the old fucking fashion way. You guys see him?
Where?
Where he at?
Where
You
is
see
he
him
on
at
the
the
map?
north gate?
Oh,
Oh, there you go.
Oh, it's a sec. Let me make him bigger.
Yeah, I'll make him bigger.
Oh, is he an
Make
elf?
them bigger.
Oh, he looks like a fucking
Yeah,
vampire.
bro, don't you remember the vignette we just read, you big jackass?
Well, you said a tall man, but that's all I heard.
Yeah.
No, remember what we read at the beginning of the night?
yeah.
Poly pill
yeah.
bottle.
Yeah,
That's him.
I didn't know it was the same guy.
Ironbriar.
But I instantly don't like him.
Remember I said Elven Immortal.
Yes, I did. So, yeah, I'm very suspicious of all elf type. So,
Hey now.
Yeah, well, careful with this one. So they all come up and they kind of ride in, you know how that like a horse starter will ride up and they come out in front of the garrison and they all form a circle, like a circle of guard. And the iron gate comes, or the iron wagon, the whatever you call it, the cage inside the wagon, it pulls up to the middle and Ironbriar slowly strides up in his palfrey. And 2 men come and help him get down, and he climbs down, and he's tall. He's like 6'3", very imposing. And he pulls off his gloves, hands them to his assistant, who grabs them with a bow. And Hemlock walks up to him and bows low and says, "Your Lordship, Magistrate, the prisoner is being brought up as we speak." "Thank you, Hemlock. It's time that we mete out justice the Magnamarian way." And Tsuto's brought out, and he's kind of struggling against his will. And he's got two guys on him. And then Kington and Decker are struggling with him. And then the two Magnamarian horse guards get off, and they come up to him, and they punch him in the stomach and in the face.
Oh.
And then one of them grabs like a baton and just splits him over the skull. And then he goes limp. And they drag him into the cage and throw him in and lock it.
Seems
And
all part of a show to me.
And Ironbriar says, "You see, Hemlock," as he's looking at his obsidian nails, "people out in the sticks are too lenient on your prisoners. They need stern justice, especially when they've committed capital offenses. I'd stay for lunch, but 1 second in the stinking town is 1 second too long.
I don't like this.
Prepare to ride!" And he has two assistants helping me, and he mounts back on the palfrey with surprising dexterity. And the horses kind of gallop around in a circle 3 times, like the old like Roman legions, spearmen, and then they form a circle around him and then lead him out.
Yeah, I'm gonna just make sure to tell him.
And dust is like kicking up in all your faces.
I like to believe he's the scale on this map. Right?
If your prisoner escapes, I will hold you personally responsible.
Do you say that?
Yeah.
Say quietly as he goes away.
How loud do you say that?
As loud as I can. I don't like this guy.
Ironbriar goes like this, and everybody stops. And you know, it's like in Lord of the Rings with the Rohirrim when they surround Aragorn and Legolas and Gimli. They just like without any prompting, they all veer to the left and they completely surround you and put spears within an inch of your head.
I'm fine with that. Not the first time.
Ironbriar turns around and says, "You see, we have a malcontent in the ranks. Is this how you welcome a high magistrate of the highest court in Magnamar, Hemlock?" "No, sir, I apologize. I don't know what got into it, Clerk. He's actually been helpful. He's one of the heroes of Sandpoint." He's like stumbling over his words. Ironbriar says, "Silence!" "You have something to say to me, boy?" Say it now, understanding that they will be your last words.
I'm just gonna say, I want justice, just like you do.
That's good, because justice is about to be meted out. Make sure.
Oh, jeez.
And then he lowers his hand, and they all the spears go up, and they circle around, and they leave.
Don't like that guy. It's going down. Oh no!
I'm watching you. God damn it! And
Negative Quaker point.
What's that?
I said that's a negative Quaker point.
Yeah, totally. So just as you're seeing the dust settle, like you know how you like watch through like a city gate and the dust is fading off into the distance. Out of the other side of town, coming from the southern end, you see like a pauper, a unwashed villager come running up, and he doffs his cap and he bows to Hemlock. He says, and Hemlock looks over at him and says, "Ah, Severus, what finds you in Sandpoint?" "Well, sir, I thought I should come tell you right away. There's been strange things happening in my farm." So, turns out Severus has one of the farms. If you go to the map now, I'll go to the Sandpoint Hinterlands. I'll put you all there. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
You see where I'm pinging?
Uh-huh.
This is his farmstead right at the north, right south of the Devil's Platter. And he says, "I thought I should come tell you right away. So my son Johnny, he was in the woods, you know, the just the west of the Mosswood as it comes into the Devil's Platter. There's good hunting there for squirrels. He was there, my Johnny was there hunting squirrels, and he saw, he was right quiet in the woods there. And he said he saw something in the distance, saw these monsters, and they had this beautiful blonde girl, and they were beating on her, real rough like. And Johnny got scared, and then they threw her down, and they kept riding. And then he run right back to the farmstead, and he told me, and I come right running. I've been running the whole way. I'm an old man, but I ran. I just thought you should know, Sheriff. There's those monsters back up there, and they've got a beautiful lake." And Hemlock, it doesn't take long for Hemlock to add it up, and he goes, "My God, the Minotaurs, they have Shalelu."
Oh.
No.
And then he turns to you, Jilbar. He says, "Jilbar, I know I've asked too much of you already, but Davron is gone. He'll be gone for a month, ranging. There's no one else who could even possibly have the chance of saving her. Will you do us this boon? Will you save Shalelu and Osada?"
Well, we are currently investigating this murder, so I mean that would be overtime. That would be considered an overtime situation.
Yes, I know, Dontarius. I understand your concern for monetary recompense. Jilbar.
Work-life balance. Let's be honest. It's not money. It's work-life balance.
Jilbar, speak.
My friends, Shalelu is essential to the defense of this town, and she has aided us with knowledge, her and Davron, that they gave us in terms of the goblins and their disposition. I think we must try and save her if you are willing.
Now, one thing to reflect on, Jilbar. Two things to reflect on. Number one, you know time is of the essence in these situations, as do you all as seasoned adventurers. Number two, you know it's about 5 o'clock, and by the time you round up, get your gear, get horses, and move and take the road, even the swiftest road to the Devil's Platter, you're probably going to get there at sunset, if not slightly after. But you also know that if you don't get there tonight, you might not get there.
Right.
What say you, Heroes of Sandpoint?
Let's muscle up some horses from our friend stables.
Yep. I will come with you personally because Davron isn't around, just to make sure that you don't get any trouble from you know who.
think he's dead, so I think we're okay.
Pretty much.
So let me get you over to the other map. You go over to the goblin stables, and Zach, what was his name? Old Zach. I can't remember my own guy's name. Start writing this shit down.
I have it.
All right. So the goblin stables are
Old Zachary Ricochet.
no Zach Johnson. It was some like stock name, but he was Scottish. Yeah, they're 38, right next to the dragon, ironically. So here's the rusty dragon. Here are the stables. So you race over there, and Zach looks like he's dressing out a couple of horses, and Hemlock will brook no opposition. He says, Zach, I know your master is away, but I am requisitioning 4 or what do we got in your group? 6 of your fastest horses. Shalelu has been taken by minotaurs. 7 of your fastest horses. Shalelu's been taken by minotaurs, and I know you're bro. And I know your master would want her saved quickly. And Zach kind of looks at him for a second. He thinks of arguing with him, and he goes, right. Johnny, Larry, come, help me out. And they kind of come. 2 random NPCs come scooting out of nowhere, and he says, all right. Right. Well, we'll get them all sorted out, and you could go 30 minutes tops. So, what do you guys do?
Maybe
We need
get
him
ready
now.
to go.
Yeah.
Ready to go?
You guys
I
gonna
got
lock
it.
and load? Go get your gear at the various places.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So you guys go scatter around. You get all your stuff. You come back and you see Zach. He's got 7 horses saddled up. And you know from where you are that you still want to take the northern gate out of town, which is no big deal. Let me move you to the hinterlands map. Because you're up here, do you see where I'm pinging that Sandpoint? And you need to get where she was last seen was somewhere right in here. And you know that you can take the northern road, and then there's the service road. You see the red dots?
No.
Oh, you guys don't have red dots? Do you see the big yellow dot? Or a
No,
big
we
yellow
see no
road?
dots. We see no dots.
Yeah, we get no dots.
You get road.
No
We
road.
got no roads.
We have rivers.
We got rivers, yes.
All right, let me do some
Where
really
we're going, we don't need roads.
shitty freehand drawing here. So this is the main road that you took to Thistletop. There's a service road that goes here and splits off into the Devil's Platter. And you think that she's somewhere in there, in this area. And you figure that'll take you guys about 2 hours, and it's about 6 o'clock now. So you figure you'll get there right at dusk.
Let's ride
Perfect.
the horse. It's hard and put them away wet.
All right, so you head out
Penis with
and you're
legs on it.
riding hard where you can. Once you leave here, let me ping. This is a main road up until here, but then you're on service roads, which are like trails basically, and you're going through from here at Sandpoint to here is a well-maintained road, but then here you're going through like crags, and then here you're going through some tors, and the whole Devil's Platter is like a rocky tor kind of area.
Gurk is always safe in the crags.
Ah!
Yeah. So you guys go there and you hustle bustle, and let me get you over, and then you start getting closer, and the sun's starting to go down, and it's starting to get twilight's kicking in, and yeah, nice. And
Oh boy. Oh.
how are you? Do any of you guys have tracking skills?
That'll be under survival.
I
Little
think
bit.
Dojo
Yeah, I would
does.
think Dojo would.
Or I would think,
Slayers might.
yeah, what doesn't.
Oh
doesn't
yeah,
that-
Sparrowhawk, duh.
Yeah. Dojo, not
I mean,
so much.
It's not great, but I do know how.
All right, well, you're kind of going through and you're trying to pick up, and you see at some point, you think you see, kind of where the boy had described he was hunting. You see kind of the service road breaks off into the brush, and you think you see some broken brambles and stuff. Give me a survival check.
Okay.
Looks like DTD has the highest.
Yeah, I can aid you.
I got a 20 adjusted. 22,
nice.
I got some aid.
Yeah, that's high enough.
Cool.
Kind of analyzing, you're reading the riddles, and you realize
Barking at Daddy. Come on. He was barking at you.
that you found it, and then you see the new map.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So you kind of come up, and you're in a ravine, and it's getting dark out, and you see to your right is like a taller tor. That the way the elevation works is, do you see a grid?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so going up, they're like 10-foot squares, kind of. That's how I'm going to play this. So the grid, so the tor on your right's like 100 feet in the air, and the one on your left, which I'll ping, is like, what would that be? 10, 20, 30, 40, like 40 feet in the air. And then like this rock here might be like 10 or 15. And then this is the gorge you see ahead of you.
Dorna Slot Canyon.
Pretty much.
And just when, and then it's getting darker, and the weather seems to be cooling off. Yeah, exactly. Do you guys proceed?
Mm-hmm.
Joe, what's your marching order?
We can do Dojo up front.
Okay. All right. Well, put yourselves how you want to be.
Bedhead and Chauncey are in the middle, wherever the middle is.
I'll send Jared out to scout, too.
Dojo, do you want to move up here by me?
Coming.
And as we are entering this area that looks like it might be what we're looking for, I'm going to take a risk and go ahead and cast Bark Skin.
Okay.
Juicy.
Yeah. Does somebody want to hit me with that wand?
Bedhead.
Bedhead?
I am also going to do my first casting of my spell called Phantom Blood.
And let me see something. I think.
I'm gonna chug a mutagen.
Wow, we're going all out, but let's do it.
I think it lasts.
Okay, so as you guys kind of descend into the canyon more, I can reveal more. A little polygon reveal. And
Hey, yeah. Bedhead and Chauncey are both going to do mage armor, though. Just so you know.
okay. And let's see. This. See. Some more reveal. And then make sure I have all this right. And then I'll go with this.
Is there an opening down here? Okay, there is an opening. There you go.
He gone.
Be gone.
So is everybody where they want to be?
Whoa, wait, well, hold on.
Everybody put yourselves where you want to be.
Where to
Dojo?
Right now you're pretty spread out. Is that how you want to be?
I'm gonna get a little closer to Dojo as I did.
Bedhead, where do you want to be? DTD and Sparrowhawk, where do you want to be?
Yeah, I'm moving.
Wait.
Depending on where everybody else is.
Can I get an icon for Jared?
Oh yeah. Shit. Where did I put Jared? Got him somewhere. He's gonna be a Tentamort for now.
Ah,
Whoa!
And at the beginning of the day, I sent you Chauncey, but we can just pretend he's me for now.
Oh
Unless you
yeah,
want
yeah. Well, let me give you a separate dude. Why is he so big, the Tentamort?
That's a very, very familiar. I did Slack you and email you, and if it's easy to hop
Yeah, I
on.
probably just didn't look at it today.
I did.
Here's
written email.
Chauncey. That's Chauncey. And little Jared's gonna be this little bruh. But I'll make him tiny just for fun.
He is tiny.
And can you give me control of Chauncey too? Sorry.
Yeah, one sec. Okay, let me make Jared. Let me give Vinny control of Jared. Then I'll give you control of Chauncey. Ding. Controlled by Till. Okay, everything should be kosher now. Try to move Chauncey. Yep. Can you move Jared?
Yep. I'm gonna send him up this soul escarpment here. Check out if there's anybody poking around at the top.
All right, is everybody where they want to be?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So right when you guys are kind of investigating, all of a sudden you hear coming from up high back here where I'm pinging this blood curdling I don't know what you call it. You call it a roar, like animal roar. And you see as you gaze over there, some minotaur 100 feet up. And then in response, you hear a number of roars as coming into view, you see
Nice.
Time for a P-Gon reveal. Oh, come on. He's 10 feet away before we see him.
Well, he was in the shadow. I'll move him back. We'll put him here. But I got a P-Gun reveal more. This is killing my fun. Boom. Good enough for now. And then this guy is behind the bush. The Jacob Wetterling bush. No, Horton. God damn it. Boom. And then just to really depress you further, that's what you're facing. And then as Jared gets closer to crest that hill, he sees that guy up there.
yeah.
Oh shit.
And we'll see you next time.
Ah.
Bummer.
You're
Can you
welcome.
expand
Well, I'm assuming people don't want to start a huge battle at
No,
quarter
no,
to 12.
No.
you expand that guy just so we can take a look at his maw?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can. As a matter of fact, give me one sec here.
I like the fact that Chauncey 2 is in the line of fire right out of the gate. Good work, Tel.
Well, you know, I thought about putting them elsewhere, but you know, there's not really. It's not like where do you put them? I guess you can go.
You see that guy?
Oh boy.
Boy.
Yeah, I don't know. I think
Now, are these medium-sized creatures or large-sized creatures?
You tell me.
Well, what do we see? How tall are they?
Well, is a minotaur medium or tall or large?
I'm not the DM.
I don't know.
They're clearly minotaurs.
I think they're
Although the guy with the bow looks like a commander of sorts, and you're assuming that he's much more badass than the other. And as a matter of fact, he reminds you a lot of one of those guys you saw in your first adventure in the ticket.
The guy we
What do you
fought.
mean?
As you put things together, you're thinking, remember when you ran into that minotaur and the wild boar, the
Yeah.
dire boar? You think that this is another that minotaur rangers, this is another. The guy up on the hill looks like that guy, and these other ones just look like minotaurs.
Minotaur in Pathfinder is a large creature.
Yeah,
Okay,
so
there you go. Oh yeah, they have 10-foot reach under that.
Yeah, so if these are 5-foot squares, you might want to make them 4 squares each, or at least 2 tall.
Yeah.
And just saying, I don't know, like, you know, if these are large-sized creatures, would we have gotten this close to them without noticing them?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Dojo's like within range of this guy.
Of both of them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it really sucks, doesn't it?
And Jared's basically right next to a dude.
Yeah.
Well, he's climbing up a mountain, so he's not that close.
Feels a little close.
But they are large. I don't think that they're that large, though.
Well, again,
They are large, monstrous.
Yeah. You could just make them 2 squares tall, so to speak.
Yeah.
Because, you know, they're not necessarily 10 by 10, but they're very tall and burly.
Yeah, and I'll let Dojo. We'll see that Dojo has a chance to pull back because, I mean, technically they were. This guy was a. Oh, let me ping them. This guy was hiding around this corner. This guy was behind this, and he just kind of rushed in, and it's dark, so it could have happened.
Well, it's nice knowing you, Dojo.
Yeah, well, then I guess I'll go right here.
Yeah. That's
But
the
that
best we can
doesn't.
do.
Well, can we roll initiative?
Yeah, we
Yeah,
should.
if you want. I already got my guys rolled, pre-roll.
Pre-roll's nice. Love it.
pre-roll it.
Go ahead and roll initiative.
Dojo's going at a 5.
Oh, Jesus.
Yep.
Sweet.
ETD goes at a 23.
Oh, nice.
Jesus.
Does Jared hold your initiative?
What? Oh my god.
Hold on 1 second.
What about Glurk, Aridin, Bedhead, Chauncey, Jilbar?
Oh man,
Yeah,
Glurk's going at a 21.
Okay.
This is something.
Aridin.
I'm going at a 13.
Okay. Bedhead.
I'm going to use adrenaline to give myself a +8 to my dex, which will give me a +4 to my initiative. So Bedhead goes at. Oh, that's fantastic. Roll the 2, so he's going to go at a.
10.
Not great.
What's he going at?
Give me a sec. He's going to go at 12.
Okay,
And-
Chauncey.
And Chauncey's going to go at a... Chauncey, I wish I would have rerolled. Chauncey goes at a 20-something. Let me see what he goes at. Chauncey goes at a 22, I think. Yep, 22 for Chauncey.
Jilbar.
Mike, with the Quaker point I got tonight, do I have 1 or 2?
I think you have 2, maybe 3.
Well, I'm going to turn in one of those to roll twice.
I have 3 down for you. Yep.
Perfect. So I will have 2 left. I'm going to turn in 1. I'm going to roll twice, and I'm going to use one of my uses of inexplicable luck to get a +8 on. You tell me, Horton, is it just the first roll or both rolls?
Never thought about that. You used a Quaker, so I'll say it's both.
Oh, Jesus, fuck. A 2 and a 3, so that's a modified 11.
What are the odds of that?
Oh, jeez. Well, it's the algorithm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the algorithm.
There's just a
Should've
20
told
right
me
above
at
it.
home.
It went
well.
19-2, 22.
I know, it sucks is that Chauncey got the 20. I wanted to bet.
Oh, god dang it.
All right.
All right, I'm going to do a little advanced sort range. Does anyone want to know what order we're looking at?
Yes, please.
Jared does
Well,
have separate.
I mean, we don't know their order.
Well, I'll let you guys know of you. DTD, then Chauncey, then Glurk, then Aridin, then Bedhead, then Jilbar, then Dojo, and I don't know about Jared.
Jared goes at a 7.
Oh, all right. I know. So, yeah, I'll make the adjustments on the screen for 2 squares, but bottom line, you got yourselves in a pickle here, but you do need to survive not only for you, but for Shalelu.
Right.
Shalelu, poor Shalelu.
All right. So 2
All right,
weeks
good
from
job,
tonight,
Mort.
everybody
Yeah,
have a good 4th of July.
Yes, happy 4th of July.
The Bizarro holiday.
Yeah, happy 4th, guys. And now in 2 weeks, real quick here, I'm going to be in Colorado in 3 weeks. In 2 weeks, in 2 little Ritos, that's totally, we're going to play on the 13th. What we have to decide is we're going to go 13th and 20th then
That sounds
to play Sunday night at Timmy's.
do a double week, or do we skip a
Yeah.
week? That's the question.
I'd be inclined to do a double week if people are up for it.
Like a summer double.
And then we'd skip 2 after that. So we go 13, 20, and then the 3rd.
I might be late on the 20th. We're driving back from Lake Geneva that day. We'll probably be back, but I just might be late.
Yeah, you already told us that. That's the one where we're going to be in mini BizarroCon. So that game's happening either way.
Yeah.
I say we go for it, and if folks can't make the 13th or the 20th, just let me know, and I'll tweak accordingly.
Sounds good.
13th,
Yeah.
20th, and then the 3rd.
And then
Yeah,
just
that's our plan.
Just so people know, then at the end of August, I'm out for a lot of the end of August.
Oh,
I think
no.
we're gone. I think we're gone from the 12th through the 27th or 28th in Europe. So basically, the back half of August, I'm pretty much gone.
Sounds good.
That's okay. You're only going to miss one thing, and I'll just make sure to kill you.
Sounds good.
We'll just pull a dill dwarf on you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All right,
we'll
boys.
have-
Next time
we'll have
we're going to
Hollywood
start.
sub in.
Yeah. So next 2 weeks from now, we're going to start the battle right away, and you guys can test out your 5th level shit.
Yeah, we're gonna need it. That's a
Juicy.
lot.
Yeah.
No.
When you guys, as you guys kind of, if you want to make any last minute minor tweaks, knowing what you're about to face, I'm okay with that on your characters. Just let me know.
Can I switch Bedhead and Chauncey's initiative?
All right.
All right,
Good work,
boys.
Gordon. Thank
Peace.
Yeah, good work.
you.
Bye.
Bye, guys.
Yeah, guys.
The mystery's afoot. Horton.
Yeah.
So, what is all your plans?
Well, that's a good question. I'm rolling in Friday night. The 18th, and I was going to stay, and then 20th, let's see, Saturday we're doing the game.
Yeah.
Sunday night we're playing at your house. Friday night's the only question mark. Werner. Is Vince still on?
I don't think so.
It looks like no.
Okay, so we just got to figure out if he can hang out Friday.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
it'd be cool if we did something up in Fort Collins on Friday night. That'd be cool.
That's what I think we should try to do, because I'd like to be able to hang with Vinny, because I know Saturday you and I are hanging, and Saturday night he sounded busy.
Yep.
And then Sunday we're at your place.
Yep.
So I'll start a text chain with the three of us, and let's try to plan something.
That sounds good.
All right, bro.
All
It'll be
right.
fun.
All right, bros.
Night, boys. Love you all.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Night.
See you later.
See you later.
See you later.